Ça m'a l'air OK, hein. OK, on est bon. Re tout le monde. Tac. Allez, let's go.
Maryland, on the Atlantic coast of the United States of America. In a location close to the nation's capital lies the U.S. branch of Caduceus, the international organization that treats and researches new diseases. Caduceus USA falls under the jurisdiction of Health and Human Services. Yet they have their own authority to execute private missions. They are dedicated to the treatment of intractable diseases and the prevention of infectious illnesses.
Marcus Vaughn, age 34, surgeon, place of birth, California. Valerie Blaylock, age 28, surgeon, place of birth, North Carolina. Elena Salazar, age 20, nurse, place of birth, California. You three will be assigned to the newly created Special Disease Counteraction Team. Now, sign here, and on the written oath and the waiver form. Why the sour face, Dr. Vaughn?
You're forming a new team? What, is this an anti-stigma measure?
You mean, is it a result of Professor Wilkins' procedure? Well, we've had this planned for a long time, though the discovery of stigma did hasten its establishment. At least things will be easier on you, since it's such a small team.
Thanks for your concern. But if we'll be dealing with mainly new diseases, then we'll be performing fewer operations. I hope that won't affect my salary.
Leave it to you to think of that, Marcus.
No need to worry. We'll be referring plenty of patients to you. Special cases which may require the healing touch.
Well, that's good to hear.
Your job description won't change much either, Elena. Your priority will be to assist Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Blaylock with the operations assigned to them.
Thank you very much. I'll do my best, just as I did at Concordia.
Then, the first thing I'd like you to do is become familiar with Caduceus, and provide us with whatever information you have on stigma.
Regarding that matter, we've only encountered stigma in one operation. There's really not much for us to disclose. Especially since Professor Wilkins kept a tight lid on all the data.
That's all right. Just tell us whatever you know. You may be surprised at how much you recall. Extraordinary events leave deep imprints on our memory.
I hope we'll be able to live up to your high expectations. I was wondering, are we going to be questioned about the disappearance of the professor?
That won't be necessary. This is a hospital, not a police department.
Well, we don't know where the professor was taken. They haven't even demanded a ransom.
I still feel uneasy about all this, but we'll do what we can.
Okay, let me show you around. I hope we can cover everything before my guest arrives. Now, this is your office.
Un bureau confortable.
Wow. Look at this equipment. I knew Caduceus would be amazing, but this is too much.
Your responsibilities won't be much different than they were in the past. Even though you're now members of Caduceus, you're still first and foremost doctors. We dedicate ourselves to research here, but at the same time, we see regular patients. A major part of your duties will be to keep your skills sharp.
Well, it can't be any worse than Concordia. I mean, we weren't exactly welcome there.
Now, let's take a look at where you'll be performing your surgeries.
Je crois que les salles d'op, elles sont incroyables dans cet épisode. Ah oui, le futur. Je me souviens.
Each one equipped for a different type of procedure. Oh, Dr. Everett.
Director, do you know where Dr. Tsuji is?
This is Dr. Everett, our chief surgeon.
He looks like he's in pain. Is something wrong?
I've got cholelithiasis. I was going to ask Dr. Tsuji to remove the gallstones, but I can't find her anywhere. I can't take this anymore. Director, can you fragment them for me, please?
I wish I could, but I'm expecting a visitor shortly.
But I can't stand the pain any longer. Are these the new doctors you were talking about?
Yes, they are.
I don't care who does it. I just need help. I can walk you through the procedure if necessary. I'll even suture myself when it's over.
I know this is sudden, but would you mind?
Not at all. Dr. Everett, I'm...
Skip the formalities. Just prep for surgery.
Très bien. Manière intéressante de faire connaissance. Hein. Putain, il fait 2 mètres. Vache.
Let me explain the chart. Dr. Everett has cholelithiasis and has been experiencing pain for 3 years.
3 years?
Yes. I've told him repeatedly to admit himself to the ward and have it treated. However, it seems he's far more interested in taking care of patients than himself.
Typical doctor, neglecting his own needs.
I guess that just goes to show how passionate Dr. Everett is about his job.
When you put it that way. Oh, excuse me, please continue.
We'll use a laser to fragment the gallstone in this operation. Please extract the gallbladder as well during the procedure.
So we'll be taking care of the cause of his pain as well.
Well, I must be going. I'll leave the rest to you three.
Eh ben, let's go, hein.
Okay, let's get started.
We will now begin the operation. Please disinfect the incision area and open him up.
Désolé, collègue.
First, we'll be fragmenting the gallstones passing through the ductal epithelium. If a gallstone passes completely through the epithelium, the patient's vitals will drop. Let's begin by using the ultrasound to locate the gallstones. There's a gallstone. Use the laser to break it up. The gallstone has been fragmented. Let's begin extracting the gallbladder as well. First, inject the sedative into the gallbladder.
We can't remove it all at once. Let's cut it into multiple segments before we take it out.
And don't forget to use the laser on the gallstones while doing so. All right then. Please, the cut has caused... The blood has been drained. The second segment has... Don't forget to keep... The patient's vitals have dropped. Please don't forget. The gallstone has split into 2 parts. Use the laser to fragment both halves as well. You need to pay attention to the gallstones while you're working on the gallbladder. The third large segment has been cut off. Remove the last segment before it hemorrhages again.
Gallbladder has been excised.
Please extract the gallbladder and Please treat the hemorrhaging area with antibiotic
Vitals
gel
have dropped?
and suture the epithelium closed. Please close him up. Operation complete. Good job.
Let's go. Fiancé.
We just arrived, and we're already performing emergency surgeries. I can't wait to see what's next. But I guess it was a good chance to get our feet wet.
You always see the positive, Val.
Oh, you're leaving? I was glad to hear the operation went well. Of course, I'd expect nothing less.
We always do our best.
I hear that often, but for some reason, this time I believe it. Tomorrow, we'll meet to discuss stigma. I'm counting on you both.
Like she said, we always do our best.
Wow, you assisted in an operation on your first day here? You must be good. No, it's the doctors who are good. I'm just fortunate to be working with them. Sounds like you work well with them. In my case, it depends on who I'm assisting. I get along with Dr. Everett, but Dr. Tsuji, on the other hand... Oh, forget I said anything. By the way, Ms. Newman, about the operating room's support system. Oh, call me Leslie. Everyone else does. Now, it's our responsibility as nurses to manage the support system. It'll probably take some time, but once you get used to it, you'll be able to update an E-chart in a snap. Want to give it a try in a vacant OR? I'd love to.
Regarding this new disease, which has tentatively been named stigma, we received a report from the National Security Council and have begun an independent investigation. Its threat level is unknown, but I can say that the pathogen possesses astonishing mobility. It was unclear whether it even existed until now, but the Wilkins case put an end to the debate.
And we are basing that assumption on the testimony of our two new doctors, yes? Oh, pardon me. I'm Kanae Tsuji, a surgeon here. It's nice to meet you both.
You're absolutely correct, Kanae. While the information provided by Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Blaylock is highly reliable, our own investigation at Concordia also validates the theory. And it's worth noting, Professor Wilkins was conducting all the research on his own, without help.
We spent less than a month there following our transfer from Alaska. But during that time, the professor seemed somewhat paranoid about an information leak.
To be honest, I'm surprised there was a leak, no matter how small.
The NSC never tells us their source of information. I bet the military is involved in it somehow.
Let's try to make do with the information we have at hand. At this point, the research can no longer be left exclusively to Wilkins. It's now the concern of our entire organization.
What?
Prior to your transfer here, we received reports of suspicious cases from various countries. We've already discussed those cases in a previous meeting. The pathogens in question were confused with various parasites, so nothing was conclusive. If any new cases occur, they should now be reported to Caduceus International.
It's unfortunate, though, that Professor Wilkins' data was destroyed. And by an unidentified assailant at that. Am I the only one here who feels uneasy about this?
We're hoping that the professor's still alive.
From now on, if any new cases of stigma arise here in the US, the patients will be transferred to this facility whenever possible. Both Health and Human Services and the National Security Council have agreed to this. The operating surgeons will be Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Blaylock. Their prior experience dealing with stigma will be invaluable.
Enfin, détends-toi, on a fait une opération, Micheline.
I personally stand behind them, 100%. The rest of you will be invited to witness their expertise very soon.
I look forward to seeing the infamous healing touch.
That was a little unexpected. What have we gotten ourselves into, Marcus? Were you as shocked as I was by what they already knew?
Not really. A doctor considers any and all possibilities.
Well, I, for one, am surprised. I had no idea there was data on stigma, other than what the professor had collected.
Well, we've got more important things to worry about. We're leaving for the tech department tomorrow morning at 8, right?
Yes, so don't be late.
All right, then I'm gonna go home and get some sleep.
Doctor, we just received an emergency request for help.
Ah.
What happened?
There was a big accident on the freeway. More than 30 people are in serious condition.
Ah oui, c'est beaucoup de gens, ça.
The request came from the state hospital.
Now I feel right at home.
Elena, can you let them know that we'll accept the patients?
No eye response, incoherent speech, decerebrate posture, E1, V3, M2. He's under 8 on the Glasgow Coma Scale. He's in critical condition. The patient has taken considerable damage to the right half of his body, and his lungs may be at risk.
He's definitely in bad shape.
The exact locations of his injuries are difficult to determine right now. His vitals aren't stable either. Please hurry, but be careful.
There's no time to lose. Let's begin immediately.
Okay, let's get started.
Alors, mon gars,
Beginning the operation.
ça a pas l'air d'aller, hein.
The patient's condition has worsened since his arrival. Please operate quickly. Begin by treating the external wounds.
The external wounds have been treated, but I assume that it can only be worse on the inside. Let's open him up and begin treating his internal organs.
Yeah.
I'm confirming interior wounds and the presence of foreign debris. Let's keep an eye on his vitals and treat everything we can. This wound can't be sutured like this.
You'll need to use
Yes, sir.
hold one side of please suture it quickly, or the wound will open again.
That should do it for this area. Now to move on to the others.
Use the magnification tool to change where we're looking. There should be other injuries nearby.
A hemorrhage has formed. Drain the pools of blood. The hemorrhage tore open into a laceration. patient should be all right. All right, let's close him up.
Ça va aller, mon bon gars.
Operation complete. Excellent work.
Tiens, on sait.
That was the last of the patients. The three of you can wrap things up now. All right. Thanks, Leslie. That was very impressive. If you don't mind, I'd like to assist you again sometime.
It's 3 a.m.? Man, talk about a long day.
Well, this is what you wanted, right? To continue seeing patients.
Yeah, I guess that's the life of a doctor, no matter where you are. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.
Hey, don't worry. If we can survive in Alaska, we can survive anywhere.
So, I have a new job for you. But first, let me introduce you to our head of research.
Hello, my name is Dr. Robert Cromwell.
Ça a l'air louche.
Dr. Blaylock and Dr. Vaughn, I presume. It's nice to meet you. You must be busy adapting to Caduceus, as well as the newly established team. But the director recommended you two, so... I would appreciate your assistance.
It's nice to meet you too. It would be our pleasure to help.
Good. I'd like you to participate in clinical testing under the supervision of the research lab.
Let me remind you that it is the duty of those in the medical field to not only cure patients, but to also research and pioneer new treatments. Doctors and researchers must work together to fight diseases both present and future. That's the purpose of Caduceus. There may be some interesting characters here, but they're all excellent doctors. I consider myself very fortunate to be able to conduct medical research among them. And on top of that, we now have the assistance of two truly gifted doctors with the healing touch. I firmly believe that with your precision, the data we'll be able to collect will be invaluable. That is why I'm so enthusiastic about your surgical skills. You don't have any objections, do you?
I appreciate your vote of confidence, even if it is a bit exaggerated.
He's a dedicated professional, although he tends to be long-winded.
Now then, there's an operation I'd like the two of you to perform. The research you're contributing to will give new hope to heart disease patients everywhere. I'll explain as I show you my lab.
Ouais.
It's true that many people frown upon our astronomical research budget. Mostly journalists and politicians who are trying to make a name for themselves. You know how difficult it is to produce significant results when conducting revolutionary research. But thankfully, we also have generous supporters such as...
Oh, Dr. Cromwell, you have friends with you today. Would you introduce me? Pretty please.
Isabella. You really should start acting more professional. This is Ms. Vasquez. She's a representative of the Humani Corporation.
I'm Dr. Blaylock.
Dr. Vaughn.
Nice to meet you, handsome.
Ah, calme-toi.
We're partnered with a number of large pharmaceutical companies and medical manufacturers, including Humani, who've been a tremendous help to us.
I hope my looks don't give you the wrong impression about our company. Humani is a major player in this industry, and I've been known to play hardball when needed.
Humani holds several lucrative pharmaceutical patents and leads the way in regenerative medicine.
Well, if there's anything I can do for you, just let me know.
We have a research specialist from Humani on staff as well. She's a very talented young woman and has produced great results. I believe she's nearby. Cynthia, can you spare a moment?
I'll go get her, Dr. Cromwell.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it. The operation that you'll be performing would not be possible without her help.
Yes, Dr. Cromwell? Oh, that's right. You said you'd introduce me to the doctors today.
This is Cynthia Kozakov. She's a beautiful woman, as you can see, and quite brilliant.
Cynthia Kazakov? You wouldn't happen to be from Trinity Medical School, would you?
Valerie? Valerie Blaylock?
Yeah, it's me.
You became a doctor! Congratulations!
Thanks. Wow, I never expected to see you here, of all places.
You're going to be helping us? This is great!
I'm Marcus Vaughn. Sorry to interrupt such a touching reunion.
Nice to meet you, Doctor.
So, you two are old friends. I have a feeling this will be a fruitful partnership. Now, Cynthia, can you explain to them about the cardiac patch?
Allez, cardiac patch, let's go. Donc la patiente souffre d'une cardiomyopathie restrictive, application des nouveaux pansements myocardiaques requises. Alors dans un monde où on soigne les gens avec du gel vert et des patchs. C'est beau quand
Allow
même,
me
hein.
to explain the details of the operation, as well as the usage of the myocardium patch. Our patient is a 10-year-old girl with an occlusion in her heart. Her heart functions are deteriorating. If this continues, she'll have a myocardial infarction.
That's where the myocardial patch comes in.
I don't know much about it. It's a form of synthetic membrane, correct?
Yes, it's a new type of synthetic membrane that uses the whole cell voltage clamp. The membrane itself is elastic and helps the heart move and function.
That's amazing. It truly is a miracle of science.
It's only as incredible as the skills of the people using it.
Nothing like a little pressure. I don't mind though. It motivates me.
We'll do our best, of course. I can promise you that.
I'm glad to hear it.
So, we'll be applying this myocardial patch by positioning it according to the guide. Is that this operation's objective?
Yes, that's correct. This operation will be performed without stopping her heart. But I have faith in Caduceus and in all of you.
Qui pourrait mal se passer. Absolument rien sûr.
Let's start.
Let's begin the operation. We'll be operating on the heart. Please open her up. Let's confirm the procedure of this operation. 3 areas of occlusion have been located on the heart. We'll apply the myocardium patch to them all. Follow the guide and keep the placement and angle in mind when applying the patch. If the myocardium patch isn't placed correctly, the patient may undergo cardiac arrest. Start by applying antibiotic gel to the occlusion areas. The first myocardium patch will be applied here. Carefully match the location and angle of the patch with the pattern on the heart. The myocardium patch has been successfully applied to the occlusion area. Her heart rate is increasing. There's a possibility that the already weakened areas of the myocardium may hemorrhage. If you find a hemorrhage, treat it with the antibiotic gel before its condition worsens. Here's the next occlusion area. Let's continue the operation. What? The guide moved? Does this mean that we'll have to time the placement now that the heart is beating faster? Apply the patch when the size of the guide matches the size of the patch. Doctor, the patient's undergoing
Oh, ça va
cardiac
être
arrest.
incroyable.
Use the defibrillator to resuscitate her. We have a pulse. A blood pool has formed. Please drain it quickly.
Faites de la merde. Au secours.
Doctor, the
Quel
patient's
enfer.
undergoing cardiac arrest. Use the defibrillator to resuscitate her. We have a pulse. Please watch the guide and place it when the
Quel
senses
enfer.
match.
Oh là, cette opération de l'angoisse ultime.
For Doc.
Ah, vas-y, let's go.
Let's begin the operation.
Ok.
Please close her up. We're finished. Good work, everyone.
Putain, l'angoisse, quoi. C'est C ou
That
XS,
was a
quoi.
flawless operation. Simply perfect.
Quel enfer.
The patch is sure to integrate with the existing tissue. The patient should recover nicely.
Non, non, mais les rangs dans New Blood, c'est une honte. Hein. Vraiment, c'est la manière dont c'est calculé, c'est vraiment une honte. Hein.
I think we'll see excellent results, Valerie.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing more operations like this one.
Well, we wouldn't want to take up all of your time. The director has already spoken to us regarding the research on stigma. We're currently in the planning stages. In time, we'll show you what we're capable of.
Mais ce qui manquait sûrement, c'est que ça a pas duré assez longtemps et que il y a une hémorragie qui s'est déclenchée. Je pense que c'est pour ça qu'il n'y a pas eu un meilleur rang.
Right, Cynthia?
Yes, Dr. Cromwell. The NIH has received a request for help from a hospital in Texas. They're having difficulty with the diagnosis. Based on the patient's chart, there's a good chance that it's stigma.
So this is what we're dealing with, hmm?
These two pictures were taken only a few hours apart? Look how far the focus is shifted. And its size has increased drastically.
A biopsy was attempted, but they were unable to obtain a sample of the pathogen. The patient will arrive in roughly 3 hours. Vaughn and Blaylock will be performing the surgery.
We'll check the patient's condition upon her arrival and then proceed with the operation.
We're treading on unknown territory, so we'd appreciate your support, Dr. Tsuji.
I highly doubt that you two will need my help, but I'll get ready nonetheless. The patient's vitals are stable. Blood pressure 110/60, heart rate 60 beats per minute.
Any case history?
She was involved in an accident 2 months ago. Laceration on the right thigh. Looks like they used artificial blood for transfusion. Q-heme blood from Syntec Labs, to be exact.
Are there any contraindications?
None that I'm aware of, but can you check with them just in case?
Will do.
The affected area is the liver. The course of treatment will be determined during the procedure. However, I have a feeling this will be different than the professor's case.
Even so, I'm sure our experience with Stigma will prove invaluable. Let's stay positive.
Ça va bien se passer. Donc nouvelle souche de stigma.
According to the test results, this stigma is completely different from the one we saw before. There are some similarities, though, such as high mobility.
It tries every conceivable method to make its victims suffer. It's like a nightmare.
If it is stigma, then there must be a core somewhere, even if it looks different. If we can find and attack it, we may be able to identify the key to stopping it.
A core. Now that you mention it, there was something in the report about that.
That's right. We saw something like a core when we were operating on Professor Wilkins.
I'm surprised you remember, Marcus.
Call it a hunch.
A hunch? Well, at least we have some hope of defeating it now.
I'll be praying that I don't have to get involved.
It's haunting me. Wherever I go.
Dr. Vaughn?
It's nothing. Let's end this nightmare. Okay, let's begin.
The exact nature of this stigma and the types of damage it is capable of are still unknown.
Oula.
Stigma confirmed. It's much larger than before.
C'est quoi lui déjà?
That must be its core there in the center. The plan is to use the laser to incinerate it, but
We can't do anything to it since the core has enveloped itself within the surrounding cellular tissue. The tissue itself looks highly viscous.
Good job. The amount of cellular tissue around the core has decreased.
Okay, then let's continue this and drag the core out. Is this a tumor? Let's burn it with the laser.
The core's been exposed. Use the laser to incinerate it. It's working! The core's being covered by the tissue again. Please drain it. There is still tissue left inside the patient. Please drain it.
the remaining tissue is hardened? Does it dry out over time?
We can't use the drain on the hardened tissue. Use the laser to soften it up.
Ok, faut le drainer avant.
Now we can use the scalpel to detach. The tissue has been detached. Extract it with a forceps. The tissue has been extracted. It's dangerous to leave the pieces of cellular tissue alone. Just a little more.
Did it
Oh
split up?
bordel.
The core has to be in one of them. Use the drain to find it.
More of the tissue has been created. Drain it immediately. Vitals are dropping. Is the tumor hardening? The draining is complete. The tumor has been excised. Please extract it. Good job, Doctor. Don't ignore the other tumors, though.
Ok.
We did it. No presence of stigma can be detected, and no affected areas remain.
That was an amazing operation. Let's close her up and be finished.
Tir en C là.
We were able to deal with it. Somehow.
I hope this is the last time we have to perform an operation in the dark.
We're finished. Great work, everyone.
Il y a 2 trucs qu'on n'a pas fait pour avoir un meilleur multiplicateur. Tir en C.
Stigma's mobility far exceeded our expectations.
You all did a great job treating it. I'm glad you're with us.
Would you expect any less from Caduceus' own special disease counteraction team?
We'll hold a conference on this case of stigma within the next few days. Of course, I'll need you to speak regarding today's operation and the patient's progress. Your report will also be forwarded to Health and Human Services, so please get started immediately.
Just give me a strong cup of joe, and I'll crank it out.
Good. You know, there was no way we could have anticipated Stigma's metamorphosis. I was amazed at how well you adapted. I know you have the healing touch, but even so...
I guess I'm just lucky. The results from the liver exam indicate that the patient has been making satisfactory progress. She seems to be recovering well, but it's unclear how this disease was transmitted in the first place. We should continue monitoring her for at least another month.
I see. Well, I think it's safe to say that the treatment was successful. How about the pathogen itself? What have we learned? And please, keep it brief, Robert.
My pleasure, although our analysis is only partially complete. First, the biopsy. Stigma did not match any known organism, meaning it's a new species, so we'll have to come up with a name for it. So how about it, Dr. Everett? You'll be a grandfather one of these days.
Well, my son's only 12. All he thinks about is football.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll ask someone else. Now, regarding the spectral analysis, our attempts to determine its structure resulted in failure.
What? How is that possible? I've never heard of that happening before.
We tried a different machine, but the outcome was the same. We screened for nucleic acid, proteins, glucose, lipids, and ATP, but there were no matches. Stigma consists of an organic compound that is completely foreign to us.
What? This will change the way we think about life itself.
Whoever is credited with its discovery will surely make history. From a medical perspective, it's fortunate that Stigma's infectivity is weak. We're trying to culture it, but so far there's no sign of growth or multiplication. It's going to be difficult to determine the means of infection as well.
This is more serious than we thought.
Madam Director, we have an emergency.
Encore?
Leslie, we're in the middle of an important conference. Deputy Secretary Marshall has collapsed. He may have intraaxial hemorrhaging.
George Marshall, from the Department of Homeland Security?
All right, let's adjourn the conference. Leslie, I want you to prep Operating Room 3 for him. Vaughn, Blaylock, you two will be performing the procedure.
You want us to operate on a high-ranking government official?
I'll explain the details before the operation, so please go make the necessary preparations.
No pressure.
It's been 35 minutes since he collapsed. He's a 9 on the coma scale with mild tachypnea.
We're waiting on the CAT scan results, but it's most likely a case of subarachnoid hemorrhage.
This is his chart from his previous admittance. We performed deep brain stimulation to treat his dystonia.
And he was able to recover from that. Incredible. Looks like the system's produced by Columba and Cornix, the same company that made Elena's pump.
Yes, it's now a subsidiary of Humani. If you have any questions about it, you can ask Isabella.
Director, what's this shadow here on the X-ray?
Oh, that. It's a hippocampus chip. We implanted it at his request.
He didn't want to forget anything, so he opted to have his memory augmented. I assume they're keeping it quiet. Do we need to worry about being in violation of state law?
We don't have time to discuss that. Now, the hematoma is far enough away from the electrodes, but take care when using the thrombolytic.
Okay, we'll head over to the OR then.
These are the results from the CT. Please take a look. A number of aneurysms have been detected. Some of the blood vessels have already burst and are hemorrhaging heavily inside the brain. First, we must clear the excess blood from the area. Then we need to treat the aneurysms.
Oh, des opérations du cerveau, oui. Tous les jours.
Remember, this is brain surgery. Please be extra careful when performing this operation.
Even a tiny mistake could debilitate his brain. We better be careful.
This will require extreme delicacy and dexterity. We need to do our best.
All right, let's begin. Since we're operating on the brain, even the smallest mistake can be fatal. We'll have to be extremely careful.
That bulge on the vein is the brain aneurysm. Let's remove it before it bursts.
I'm getting the sedative ready. Please inject it directly into the bulge in the... Let's detach it with the scalpel while the sedative is still... The aneurysm has been detached. Please place it in the tray. The aneurysm is... Please hold the vein with... The vein has been reconnected. Please, we're done treating this brain aneurysm.
The test said there were multiple aneurysms, though.
There's a chance that any of these vessels will turn into aneurysms. Have the magnification tool ready. Let's shift our viewpoint when necessary and treat the aneurysms when they appear.
There it is. Let's treat it before it bursts.
There's more where we're not looking. Once we treat the ones in sight, we have to quickly change our focus.
The sedative's effect has worn off. Please inject it again. situation's calmed down for now, but his vitals aren't stabilizing. Let's wait a moment and see what happens. Doctor, please hurry! If all of these burst at once... Doctor, please inject it into the bulging vein. An aneurysm. Vitals are dropping. Pick up the vein with the forceps. Pull it straight toward the other end of the vein.
Vu qu'il y en avait 4. Devenez what?
His vitals are stabilizing. It looks like it's finally over. We're done here. Excellent work.
Columba and Cornix's brain electrodes and pump units may seem cutting edge, but it won't be long before they're made available to the general public. Just like the pacemaker, Professor Wilkins had one. Why do I have this nagging feeling? Everyone who's contracted stigma has had some kind of artificial agent in their body. Even that one patient who was transferred here had Syntex Q heme blood. I was using artificial blood with my test mouse, too. I wonder if there's a connection.
Dr. Vaughn, can I trouble you for a moment?
Of course.
I wanted to check on the Deputy Secretary's condition.
I doubt I can tell you more than you already know, ma'am. Since he was brought here promptly, cerebral ischemia was kept to a minimum. And there are no signs of severe paralysis, so we shouldn't have to worry about any after effects. We can't use the MRI, so we'll take another CAT scan tomorrow. Will you be advising on his rehab, ma'am?
Yes, I will. I also need to administer a personality test. Because of his implant, he must be closely monitored. It's sad, really. He's such a talented man.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the guy. But I'd like to leave him in the hands of the others so I can concentrate on stigma.
Agreed. And Dr. Vaughn? It's a shame that you feel the need to keep secrets from us. But I'm hoping that will change.
What makes you say that?
Your cutaneous muscles seem a little more tense than normal. I'm out of practice when it comes to reading faces. Was my assessment accurate? You're a critical part of the Caduceus team. I hope you're not thinking of leaving.
Of course not.
Hey! You there! Do you work here?
Who? Me? Well, yes.
Could you please take a look at my son? He's been complaining of terrible stomach pain.
You brought him here? We don't accept emergencies or walk-ins.
I heard this hospital is famous, and it's so big. There must be someone who can help.
Well, there's no point arguing about it. I'll take a look at him. What's your son's name?
Oliver. Oliver McHale.
You wouldn't believe the patient I'm dealing with. He's throwing a fit because his operation isn't expensive enough.
Are you serious?
Yeah, his friend just had a hernia operation that cost $40,000, and he doesn't want to be outdone. He's 11 years old and filling the role of a trust fund brat perfectly. I guess it wasn't enough for him that his father pulled some strings to get him into this place. He's the son of some big shot, and neither of his parents have the time to bring him here.
So how much are we charging him?
About $30,000. The operation will be performed in a deluxe suite. Not bad for a case of appendicitis, huh?
Appendicitis? What a coincidence. I'm seeing a boy with the same condition.
Excuse me, Dr. Blaylock?
Yes, Elena?
I have a message from accounting. They say to transport your new patient somewhere else. It seems the family can't afford the treatment. Since Caduceus isn't normally open to the public, they don't know how to deal with situations like this.
How much is it going to cost?
Well, the family doesn't have health insurance, so at least $10,000.
But transporting him now will put his life at risk.
Unfortunately, money talks, even when it comes to healthcare.
What do you think? Should I have him transferred?
That's a tough decision. Marcus, have you given your patient his bill yet?
No, why?
Do you mind if I handle it?
Extra de 10 000 balles. Là.
Chandler, I mean, Mr. Forbes. About your hospital bill. The total will be $30,000.
I told you, that's not enough. I can't lose to someone like Jimmy. His dad's just the president of some little company. I want a premium upgrade. Bring in like 10 doctors.
I'm afraid we can't do that. But there might be something else we can do. If you'd like to make a donation, we can increase your bill. How does $10,000 sound?
That's it? Well, how much would the total be?
That would bring it up to $40,000.
But that's the same as Jimmy's. That's still not high enough. I'm way richer than he is.
Well, we could add 2,000 more and make it 42,000.
42,000. Well, I guess that's okay. My daddy gives me whatever I... Ow! My tummy hurts. Hurry up and fix it.
Oui, sale gosse.
We have the best room reserved for you, so let's get started.
Well then, the donation will be transferred from the hospital to the Oliver McHale Fund. Elena, prep for surgery. We've got 2 appendixes to remove.
Pretty sneaky, Val. To be honest, I'm impressed.
It still counts as a donation, so it's not gonna cause us any problems, right?
It'll be fine. It's in both their best interests anyway, so it all works out.
Well, let's begin the conference. The first patient, Chandler, has acute appendicitis. It appears to be in its early stages, so the operation should be fairly routine. However, the second patient, Oliver, seems to have the same condition, but in an advanced state. It looks like he's been trying to hide his symptoms.
But he's only a child.
We understand the situation.
Oh mais pareil, hein, il aurait mérité de payer tellement plus. On va te faire une petite facture à 100 000 balles, mon pote, tu vas pas être déçu du voyage.
We're going to save them both, of course. Let's get started.
Allez, petit appendicite. Let's go.
This boy's condition is relatively mild, isn't it?
It's still too late to treat it with antibiotics. It would be best to perform an appendectomy.
All right. Please begin the procedure. Please prepare to extract the appendix. First, inject the sedative. Next, we'll be cutting into the mesoappendix. Next, we'll tie 2 wires around the appendix. However, they must be tied in the appropriate places.
One goes around the... Look at where the wire needs to be. Then slide it down. We're done tying the base. Now for the wire wrap.
Now that both parts of the appendix have been tied, make an incision between... Now that the appendix has been severed, please place it on the tray. The appendix has been successful. Fix the membrane.
Le gel
Looks
magique.
like our first operation was a success. Let's close him up.
Ah, je suis libre pour toutes vos appendices. Surtout n'hésitez pas. Hein.
That went smoothly.
Let's move on to our next patient.
Doctor, we have a problem. Oliver's condition has worsened.
What?
What's his condition?
He complained of severe pain and then went into shock.
Don't
Oula.
tell me. His appendix has burst.
We'll find out when we open him up. We have to hurry and get in there.
Et tiens le coup, mon gars. Oh là là. Oh, c'est la merde. Hein.
The pus is causing inflammation.
It's peritonitis.
Treat the inflammation and drain the pus. The appendix needs... This is bad. The appendix is festering.
Ah, vous abusez, il n'y avait rien dessus.
Please hurry up and extract the appendix. It's secreting pus.
Oui, deux secondes. On va gérer les petits trucs à côté aussi. Ça sert à rien.
We must treat the pus first.
The appendix has been extracted, so we shouldn't have to worry about any more pus. Affixed the synthetic membrane has been affixed. Let's treat the remaining wounds. The appendectomy is complete and the peritonitis has been treated. Let's close him
Ça
up.
roule à lac.
This boy is very lucky. If he'd waited any longer for surgery, he may not have pulled through. Well, let's close him up.
Rich or poor, we're all the same under the knife. I never thought such a simple operation could put me on edge like this.
Merci, assistant à la cocaïne.
I think we've all learned something from this operation.
Actuellement, vous êtes une cinquantaine dans le bloc. Je vous demanderai évidemment de porter un masque. Et de toucher vos fesses.
Thank you so much, Doctor. You saved my son's life. But I thought that this hospital didn't treat normal patients.
Well, it was an emergency, so this was a special case.
Oui, les cicatrices d'impodicite, c'est la moitié du torse. Là, tu fais bon, ok, les gars.
Thankfully, an anonymous donor paid for your treatment fees.
I can't believe how fortunate we are. That donor must be an angel.
Ah oui, un ange, vraiment.
Yes, well, please see to getting your son health insurance so he can get the medical help he needs.
Okay, I will. Thanks again.
You're welcome. Take care now.
You're very good with children, Dr. Blaylock.
Thanks. I did some volunteer work at an orphanage. How about you, Marcus? Who are the lucky beneficiaries of your time?
I didn't do any volunteer work.
Really? I thought that was a requirement for all doctors. Ugh, he's so self-centered. Drives me crazy. I haven't heard from him in I don't know how long, and now he's telling me to come to Philadelphia. He's got some nerve. It's like he thinks we're still dating.
That's just his personality. It can't be helped. Besides, you already said yes, right? You're not on call, so why not? Think of it as a little vacation, a chance to reminisce about your college days.
How stupid of me. When I heard that he'd found a new type of parasite, I agreed to go without thinking. That reminds me. How are things between you and Ray?
It ended when he went back home.
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up.
Oh, it's all right. If you're so worried about this trip, then why don't you bring Dr. Vaughn along? He has some time off too, doesn't he?
On est sur Wii. On y joue sur une Wii U, moi, c'est un jeu Wii à la base.
I don't know if that would be such a good idea. I'm sure he wants to get some rest.
I think he'd be interested in going. It sounds like a fascinating discovery.
You think so?
Thanks, but I'll pass. Philadelphia's too far. It'd be a waste of my vacation. Besides, Robert finished his report on stigma, and I'd like to review it.
Oh, come on. Don't be that way. This information will be useful for you.
If it was that important, Caduceus would be all over it. The parasite isn't going to help us understand stigma any better. I have no interest in a new variety of hookworm.
You're going to drive all the way to Philadelphia?
That's the plan.
That sounds like fun. I haven't been on a road trip in a long time.
Really? Then would you like to come along?
Are you sure it's okay?
Of course. The more the merrier. I'll tell Denny it's a field trip for Caduceus Special Disease Counteraction Team.
Hey, I didn't say I was going.
What are you talking about? This is a team effort. I won't take no for an answer. We're all going to Philadelphia this weekend.
Eh ben très bien. Faisons comme ça.
That was an interesting operation, wasn't it?
I suppose. It would have been a lot more interesting, though, if the operation hadn't been performed on a dog.
Ah.
Oh, don't be so cranky, Marcus. How was I supposed to know that Denny decided to become a veterinarian? He tried to be a nice host, right? Even if he didn't exactly succeed.
Look at that guy. He's driving like a maniac. I hope he gets pulled over.
Well, I thought it was worth the trip.
Really? I'm sure what we learned will come in handy someday.
Yeah, like if we ever have to save a celebrity's pampered pooch. I never should have let you talk me into this.
All right, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking straight. I mean, how would you feel if your college ex called you out of nowhere?
I totally understand. Just ignore him, Dr. Blaylock. Hey, what's with that police car?
There's been an accident. Stop the car.
Today's just not my day.
La journée pourrie, quoi. Accidenté souffrant de blessures thoraciques, extraire les corps étrangers présents pour suivre le diagnostic durant l'opération. Bon,
It's worse
monsieur.
than I thought. Someone was thrown from the car.
Ah,
It seems he was the only one inside.
He's breathing, but he's unconscious. The wounds on his chest are pretty bad. He's not looking so great.
I brought a set of instruments. Let's get ready.
We're going to operate here?
We'll just perform first aid. He may be suffering from damage to his internal organs.
Well, this has turned out to be one hell of a road trip. This is an emergency. We have to stabilize him.
He appears to have sustained serious blunt trauma to the chest.
We need to treat these external wounds first.
We've treated his external wounds, but his vitals aren't stabilizing. There's probably some internal bleeding. Please open him up.
Ah, c'est trop cool les Trauma Center.
This doesn't look good.
Please, use the antibiotic gel before the hemorrhaging worsens.
His vitals still aren't stabilizing. We must have missed something. We'll have to use the magnification tool.
Once you've drained the
Patient's
blood,
vitals.
quickly use the forceps to close the laceration. We've treated all the wounds. Doctor, something's wrong. Keep looking.
Il devait y avoir un truc en haut.
Doctor, this is too...
Après, en vrai, trouver une Wii U aujourd'hui, ça coûte pas grand chose.
He appears to have
We need to treat these external wounds first.
Même une Wii, hein, pour le coup.
We've treated his external wounds. There's probably some internal bleeding. Please open him up.
À 60, ok.
This doesn't...
Please, use the antibiotic gel before the hemorrhaging worsens.
His vitals will have to use the magnification tool.
Once you've drained the
Patient's
blood,
vitals.
quickly use the forceps to close the laceration. The hemorrhaging's formed a pool of blood. We've treated all the wounds, but his vitals still haven't stabilized. Doctor, something's wrong. Keep looking. A laceration has formed. The hemorrhaging's gotten worse.
On va claquer la healing end. Hein.
Doctor, this...
For Doc,
Je pense pas que ce soit possible de faire autrement. Ou alors faut que j'aille voir en haut, peut-être qu'en haut c'est plus... Ah, il y a des hémorragies des deux côtés après. Hein.
He appears to have sustained.
We need to treat these external wounds first.
We've treated... There's probably some internal bleeding. Please open him up.
Et, Je donne tout, Antomo, je donne tout.
This
I
doesn't
will
look
save
good.
this patient.
Use the antibiotic gel before the hemorrhaging worsens. That was the worst one. Let's treat the other wounds now.
His vitals still aren't stable. We'll have to use the magnification tool.
We've treated all the wounds. Doctor, something's wrong. Keep looking. Doctor, the shadow has disappeared. Please use the ultrasound. It appears that blood has collected in the thoracic cavity. Now suture the incision. There may be other pockets of blood.
The patient's
Keep searching.
vitals.
The hemorrhaging's formed a pool of blood.
Il y a plein de trucs là encore.
Another blood pool is formed. Please drain it.
Finally, his vitals are stabilizing.
C'est bon monsieur, vous êtes tiré d'affaire. Passez-vous, je peux plus vous voir.
Okay, let's close him up. If we hadn't decided to operate, he never would have made it. Well done, you guys.
Carencé, hein, toujours.
I'm done transferring him.
Well, we at least accomplished something worthwhile on this trip.
Yeah, he's one lucky guy. How many officers can say they've received roadside surgery?
You wanted to see us?
Yes. I have a favor to ask of you two. Please, have a seat.
I don't like where this is headed.
Would you mind watching this video?
Ah. Est-ce que vous êtes parti pour le fin prêt, parti pour le futur de la télévision?
In these times of skyrocketing medical costs, there remains a ray of hope for those in need. Only one doctor provides life-saving surgery free of charge. This is Wish Come True Miracle Surgery. We're back again tonight to continue our surprising medical documentary. Welcome to Wish Come True Miracle Surgery. I'm your host, Guy Davidson. Tonight, we have a heart-wrenching story for you.
Bon, je suis désolé si vous entendez les travaux, il y a les mecs du dessous qui sont en train de péter tous les murs, donc désolé, il y a de la perceuse et des bruits de marteau. J'ai essayé de faire au mieux pour que vous les ayez pas trop dans les oreilles. Hein.
Now, let's bring in our hospital's director, Dr. Leonardo Bello.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. My question for you tonight is, are you living healthy lives?
Thanks for being with us, Leo. Let me compliment you on your work last week. It was inspirational.
Thanks, Guy. But it's the patient who's the true hero. I'm pleased to report that Mr. Ellis is well on the road to recovery.
I've heard of this show. It's on primetime TV, right?
Yes. They agree to cover all the medical bills, and in return, they broadcast the entire procedure. Ethically, I have some concerns about the show, but I hear it's rather popular.
Seems like a complete farce to me. So, what does this have to do with us?
Keep watching. You'll see.
By the way, Leo, you seemed a bit angry when you arrived at the studio today.
Actually, I was. Allow me to tell you why. As our viewers know, this program has brought to light many serious issues with our healthcare system. But I recently learned something even more disturbing. $300 million of our country's annual budget goes to Caduceus. Personally, that disgusts me. What's wrong with our medical administration? Where's the money going? I haven't heard any reports that would justify such an outrageous budget. Research only gets us so far. What about the thousands of patients who aren't receiving medical care?
The future of this country's healthcare looks gloomy indeed.
I suspect the members of that organization are growing rich while the taxpayers are footing the bill. I doubt they're courageous enough to operate under the scrutiny of the public eye.
You said it, Leo. Please stay tuned. We'll introduce today's patient following the commercial break.
Le pire, c'est que je me dis qu'une émission pareille, ça pourrait vraiment exister à la télé. Hein.
Say goodbye to your medical worries and hello to Miracle Surgery.
What was that all about? They don't have the slightest clue what we do here.
They've publicly tarnished our reputation. Obviously, their claims are completely unfounded.
Let them say what they want. They'll eat their words eventually.
I agree, but the higher-ups are outraged about it. We received orders from the Secretary of Health and Welfare to crush them.
Crush them?
Yes, they want someone to make an appearance on the show.
That's why you wanted to see us?
So you actually agreed to it?
We had no choice. Besides, someone has to do it. We can't just pretend like it never happened.
I can't believe that you two will be appearing on Miracle Surgery.
Well, I wouldn't bet on it. One of the conditions is that if we win, they take this show off the air.
That's a pity. With your skills, I highly doubt you'll lose.
I'm a little more skeptical. My, isn't that a little cold, Dr. Tsuji?
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'll be rooting for you both. But with Leonardo Bello as your opponent, it won't be an easy victory.
You know him?
Yes, he was well known at the medical school I attended. It may seem like he's all talk, but he's a skilled doctor.
In these times of skyrocketing medical costs, there remains a ray of hope for those in need.
Ils se sont tellement fait plaisir sur ce plateau télé, quoi.
Only one doctor provides life-saving surgery free of charge. This is Wish Come True Miracle Surgery. Good evening, folks. I'm your host, Guy Davidson. I'm sure you've all seen the previews for tonight's show, so let me introduce our surprise guests. From Caduceus, one of our country's best-funded medical institutions. Please welcome Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Blaylock.
Good evening. It's nice to be here.
Hey.
Let's start off with a simple question. What made you decide to appear on this show?
Unfortunately, there have been a number of rumors perpetuated by this program. So we're here to clear things up. Caduceus conducts useful research and provides unparalleled treatment. In fact, Our research is the future of medicine.
Hi, you seem a bit defensive. What do you have to say in response, Dr. Bello?
It's not the future I'm concerned with, it's the present. And if my criticism will force you to improve, then it will have served its purpose. Now, let the lesson begin.
That's our Leo, a straight shooter. Well then, let's introduce this evening's patient. Enrique Alvarez is suffering from a very troublesome tumor. And unfortunately, he also has complications with his heart and lungs.
Très bien, donc faut lui changer le cœur, les poumons, le foie.
This has made operating on him difficult. And that is why he has come seeking help on this show. Mr. Alvarez, is there anything you'd like to say?
I'm incredibly grateful that this show has given me a chance to get some treatment. There were times when I got really down, but now I have hope. It's just that...
It's just what?
I'm a fan of Dr. Bellows, so I was hoping he was going to operate on me.
I'm sorry to hear that, Enrique, but there's no need to worry. If anything even slightly out of the ordinary happens, I'll take over. So please, let them proceed with the operation.
Really? Great. And that makes me feel a lot better.
Don't worry, Mr. Alvarez. You're in good hands.
Visiblement, on nous kiffe, hein. Alors, plusieurs tumeurs détectées dans l'estomac, risque de complications cardiaques et pulmonaires. Attends. Yeah, what?
This isn't exactly the place for it, but let's begin the briefing. Like the host said, the objective of this operation will be to extract tumors from the stomach. The patient also has arrhythmia, so we'll need to be careful.
Got it. We'll perform this operation flawlessly.
It's finally begun. The miraculous, life-changing operation is upon us. Will they save the patient? Will they prove their skill and determination?
Will that guy ever shut up?
Ah, merci.
Just ignore the glitz and stay calm. Let's prove ourselves out there.
The abilities of Caduceus's best and brightest will soon be laid bare for all to see. Are they skilled surgeons? Or just
Is he gonna shut up and let us operate?
Let's handle this like we always do, Val. Just concentrate on the patient.
He's right. Please begin the operation.
Here we go! Are you ready for some surgery?
According to the preliminary...
Hey, I think we've spotted something. Oh, they're about to extract it. The tumor is being carried out on a stainless steel tray.
His vitals aren't stabilizing.
There must be another tumor. Let's take a look with the magnification tool.
Hey now,
Oula.
Where's all this blood coming from?
It's coming from...
What's this? Looks like they've discovered more tumors. Caduceus's truce.
That takes care of...
That blood is interfering with the operation. They'll have to drain it before they can proceed.
The hemorrhaging isn't stopping. We need to treat all the tumors.
The patient's vitals.
What
these tumors multiplying somewhere?
We need to...
The bleeding won't stop until we take care of all these tumors. The hemorrhaging's severe. Hand me the drain, please.
What? You must be kidding me. The drain's not working.
Quoi? Comment ça, le drain, il marche pas?
Is it broken? Hurry and get a replacement. We'll manage for the time being.
Oh, no. An equipment malfunction? Get it together, Caduceus.
Vous pouvez réparer mon drain, s'il vous plaît?
Here's a new drain. Huh? The EKG is showing an irregularity. Doctor, fibrillation may occur. His heart's fibrillating. Stop operating.
The patient's
Flatline.
vitals.
The patient's undergoing cardiac arrest.
Non mais au secours, quoi. Le mec.
It'll be faster if we do it by hand.
We have a pulse.
Talk about heart-pounding action. What a surprising turn of events. But this surgery isn't over yet. The audience will settle for no less than the best from them.
I'd love to suture that thing's mouth shut.
The tumors come back for more. They'll have to drain it again.
Patient's vitals.
There's no sign of any other tumors.
Ok.
Let's close them up and get this circus over with.
There were some stumbles along the way, but it looks like our guests have safely finished the operation.
Just close them up and we'll be done. There's not much
How
time.
well did the surgeons from Caduceus perform, everyone? I'm anxious to hear Dr. Bellows' thoughts. We'll hear from him after the break.
Tout va bien. Everything is Daijobu.
Well, Dr. Bellow, how did they do?
First, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Alvarez on a successful operation. But as I suspected, I should have been the one to perform the procedure.
What do you mean by that?
I would have been able to complete the operation in 3/4 the time, reducing the amount of bleeding. If this is the best they can do, then I'm rather disappointed.
What?
Guy, why don't we settle this once and for all? Let's invite 2 patients with the same condition onto the show and do their surgeries simultaneously. Then the difference
Le
in
speedrun.
skill will be
Le speedrun featuring la vie des gens.
Leo,
Mais oui, quelle super idée! Voyons, mettons la vie de gens en danger pour voir qui est-ce qui les soigne le plus vite possible.
Of course, it depends on whether or not our guest surgeons are up for the challenge.
Of course we are. We accept. We'll show you who's more talented.
You completely fell for their trap, Val.
It's been a mess here because of your rash response, Valerie.
I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me.
Aren't you being a little unfair? She didn't want to go on TV in the first place. It's not her fault this happened.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Now wait a minute. The situation is not as bad as it may seem. If they can win the competition, then we won't have anything to worry about. I have faith in them.
Why are we treating surgery like a competitive sport?
I'm sorry, Marcus, Valerie. I should have objected to this more strongly. I feel responsible for the entire situation. But now that it's come to this, I have to ask you to appear on the show one more time. I promise you, that will be the end of it.
We'll be all right. We'll finish this once and for all.
Take these artificial veins with you. The endothelialized cells are perfect for the operation. Ordinarily, they'd take a month to produce, but our technology lets us make them in 10 days. They're made of special material which is easy to suture with and prevents the formation of thrombi. We only recently gained approval to use them.
I understand, Robert. Thanks.
Our patient is suffering from an aneurysm, but still, having these will be reassuring.
I'm sorry, Valerie, but this is a good opportunity to sway public opinion in our favor.
Maybe so, but I'd rather be researching stigma.
I'll be presenting a report on that in the near future, incidentally.
Well then, Valerie, Marcus, good luck to you two.
Est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour la deuxième émission?
The time has finally come. The moment of truth. For the first time on national television, not just one,
Coup de rock.
but
Non, c'est à
two
côté, par
operations
contre.
will be broadcast live. Our very own Dr. Leonardo Bello will be competing against Team Caduceus. As we near the start of the competition, what's going through your head, Leo?
A beautiful operation is performed quickly, as I intend to demonstrate. I assure you, our viewers are in for quite a surprise.
Le speedrun, let's go.
Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. Now, let's check in with Team Caduceus. I must say, you look really determined today.
On va te fuir la race.
Our only concern is the welfare of the patient. Nothing more, nothing less.
We're calm and focused. We're concentrating on the procedure, not worrying about the competition.
It seems Team Caduceus has their eye on the ball. Anyway, I hope they'll perform an amazing operation for us. Each of today's patients suffers from... This is an unprecedented opportunity to see America's best doctors.
Est-ce que c'est mon subconscient qui en a marre d'entendre sa voix? Peut-être.
Even though our patients are in good hands, we do have an emergency team on standby. However, I doubt they'll be needed. Well, the time has come. Teams, please prep for surgery!
Non, c'est pas au Japon, c'est aux États-Unis. À Maryland. Oh. Alors, anévrisme sur le gros intestin, anastomose de vaisseau sanguin synthétique requis. Les anévrismes traités. Let's go.
Well, let's begin the conference. This will be an operation on an aneurysm, so the basic treatment will be to excise the bulge. But according to the diagnosis, there seems to be another aneurysm lurking there too. Let's use this opportunity to implant the synthetic vein while dealing with the aneurysms.
Got it. Are you okay, Val?
Yes, I'm fine. Concentrate, stay calm.
This amazing, unprecedented surgical showdown begins now. You can't let your eyes miss even...
Non,
This guy
désolé,
isn't
j'en ai marre.
helping, is he? Well, let's do this. Lights, camera, action.
Well, here we go. Let's all do our best.
Alors. Oh, le
I'm
bel
confirming the
anévrisme.
presence of an aneurysm. It's possible that another may form where we're not looking, so be careful. Please inject the sedative into the bulge. The sedative has taken effect. Now, you please drain the use the force. Now suture the veins together where it looks good. But there are indications that another aneurysm may develop. Continue with the operation, Doctor, but be careful. What?
Whoa,
This
that's a
aneurysm.
big one.
It's huge. Still, the procedure to extract it will be the same as with any normal aneurysm. First, inject the sedative. The sedative won't last long since it's so big. The aneurysm has been excised. Please take care. The blood has been drained. Place the synthetic. Twist your hand to find the right angle. Now, suture the veins to the now suture the other end the same way. The synthetic vein has been sutured into place. Treatment of the large aneurysm is now complete.
Whoa! Did you see that? That was amazing, Dr. Bello.
There's a lot of cheering going on from that side. What's happening over there?
Must be that surprise he mentioned. Just ignore it.
Stay focused. Concentrate.
There seems to be an aneurysm outside of our view. Use the magnification tool and treat it. The sedative is worn off. Please give the patient another injection. An aneurysm has burst outside of our view. Use the magnification tool and look for it.
The patient's vitals.
More blood is obscuring the operation. Please drain it.
What?
Doctor, another aneurysm is forming. Please, hurry up and treat it. An aneurysm burst.
Oh, mais
Drain
jamais
the
de la
blood
vie.
and treat it.
Jamais de la vie.
For Dr. Vaughn and
Full PV avant ça. Hein. Full PV avant ça.
Well, here we go. Let's all do our best.
patient's vitals.
On est sur Wii U là. Désolé, c'est pas forcément le meilleur jeu pour lire en chat. Faut que je leur monte à fond avant la prochaine. Oh vraiment? Non mais injecte-le dans le...
The patient's vitals.
L'enfer.
Please close up the patient. We're done with the operation. Great work, team.
Well, congratulations on a successful procedure. That was fantastic work.
Merci, merci.
Thank you. I'm glad it went smoothly.
I too am relieved that you were able to complete the operation. But you had me worried there for a while, since it was taking so long.
Dr. Bello, you're already finished?
That can't be. We completed our operation so fast.
Let's take a moment to review some highlights from Dr. Bello's operation.
He has the healing touch.
Incredible.
That's my trademark. I have the ability to block out all distractions. I wanted to serve a piece of humble pie to all those arrogant doctors out there.
Very impressive. Now, the judging is underway backstage by an independent medical panel. Who will emerge victorious from this historic battle?
We're leaving, Valerie.
But
We're in hostile territory. There's no reason for us to stick around, no matter what the results are. Let's not give them another opportunity to criticize us.
You're right, Marcus. Let's go.
The results are in. The doctor, selected as America's finest, is Dr. Leonardo Bello!
le monde le trouve adorable, c'est certain.
Elena, you forgot to sterilize operating room 3.
Oh, sorry. I'll do it right away.
Jeez, what's gotten into you? I know you're upset about losing the competition, but you have to get over it. You're bringing everyone down. Where are the doctors?
The director asked to see them.
Yikes, that doesn't sound good.
In these times of skyrocketing medical costs, there remains a ray of hope for those in need. Only one doctor provides life-saving surgery free of charge. This is Wish Come True Miracle Surgery.
How can you stand to watch that?
I'm not watching it because I want to.
Is it your penance for the fiasco?
The Secretary of Health and Welfare is furious, but that's to be expected. However, no one is blaming you two since you performed a flawless operation. I called you here for another reason. Take a look at this.
A letter?
How old-fashioned. Dear Caduceus staff, congratulations on your recent appearance on Miracle Surgery. Seeing you perform that operation on national television really inspired me. That's why I believe it's now my turn to make an appearance. Is this guy a doctor trying to promote himself? Or is this another challenge?
Keep reading. I'm afraid it's more serious than that.
What you encountered at Concordia was care, the hand. And in Maryland you received soma, the body. But now I shall reveal ops, the eye, for the entire country to witness. I assure you it will be something to behold. The miracle of modern times, stigma. He knows about stigma?
It appears so. That's why I couldn't just ignore this.
Is he the one who created it? Is he the one who kidnapped Professor Wilkins?
We've contacted the producers of Miracle Surgery, but they're not taking the threat seriously.
Now, the affected area is about to be exposed.
Wait, this isn't an ulcer? What is this? I just need to use my healing touch. No! I can't keep up with it!
It's a new type of stigma. Bello can't handle this. Even with his skills, he doesn't know how to deal with it.
Let's go, Marcus. Ma'am, please contact the studio and order them to suspend the operation immediately. Elena's coming with us.
What is this focus? My healing touch. Healing touch.
Leo? Leo, are you all right?
I can't anymore.
Leo! Leo! Pull yourself together. You have to finish the operation.
Step aside. We'll complete the operation.
He pushed himself too hard. I guess he doesn't know his own limit. Make sure you take good care of him.
The patient's already been opened up, but her vitals are stable.
Alors en fait, il utilise un pouvoir qui s'appelle la Healing Hand et ça draine énormément les ressources de quelqu'un. Bon, s'il s'est évanoui, c'est juste parce qu'il est au bout de sa life physiquement.
Whoever wrote that letter called this stigma ops, which means eye or something, right?
I do see something that looks like an eye, but I have no idea what its function is.
Did you notice anything while Dr. Bello was operating?
There was some sort of reaction at the core, but it seemed like it needed energy. I haven't seen anything like it before.
Alors, je sais pas pourquoi, mais je crois que cette opération, elle est giga relou.
So the key to this operation is to not activate the core.
Team Caduceus has suddenly burst into the operating room here at Miracle Surgery. Will they save face from their defeat the other day? Will they get their revenge on Dr. Bello? There's only one thing we can do. We have to pray that they can perform a miracle.
Revenge has nothing to do with this. We're here because there's a patient in need.
That's right. This is what Caduceus does.
Now, let's save a life.
Team Caduceus is about to take over the
Ouais,
operation that
mauvais
struck
souvenir de ce
down
truc.
even our own Dr. Leonardo Bello.
That stupid announcer lost his cool for a minute, but it looks like he's back to his annoying self.
This is a new strain of stigma. Please, be careful. So this is OPS.
The tissue covers a wide area, but we should focus on removing the central core.
We should be able to...
It discharged something. We better drain it in case it's harmful. There are no problems with the drain.
The patient's vitals suddenly dropped. What's going on?
We have an analysis report from the lab. The material being discharged from the ends are nutrients. If these nutrients reach the core, it will activate and cause severe damage to the nervous system.
Ok.
We have to eliminate the discharges before they reach OPS core. The laser's working. Keep using it. It's releasing something larger. The discharge has been incinerated. Continue the treatment.
Oh no! A mystery tumor has appeared within the afflicted area. Everyone watching at home, I implore you to pray for the patient and these young doctors. What in the world just...
The core's activation caused the tumor to burst. It's wreaking havoc on the patient's vitals. Concentrate on treating the tumors first.
Count Caduceus.
Oh, quel enfer.
Eyes split up. What in the world just happened? The patient's vitals have dropped significantly.
The core's activation caused the tumor to burst. It's
The
wreaking
vitals-
havoc on the patient.
The pathogen's attacks are fierce. What will Team Caduceus do? Wow!
Ouais, je me souviens que c'est un cauchemar celui-là.
For Dr. Vaughn.
Petit coup d'eau, hein. Ok. Allez.
Team Caduceus is about. Awesome! Marvelous! Fantastic! Team Caduceus has successfully driven out the unknown pathogen.
Ok.
It's over.
Wow, we must have put on one hell of a show.
I'm glad we were able to save this person.
Please put your hands together for the heroes who saved another precious life on Miracle Surgery. It's a miracle, folks! We've just witnessed a true miracle! 2 new stars have been born right before our very...
Give me that mic. Ladies and gentlemen, what you saw today is a new intractable disease known as stigma. It's a serious disease that's still a mystery to us. But Caduceus has been researching potential countermeasures. And because of that, we were able to save this patient's life. That's part of our mission at Caduceus. I think it's important for the public to understand what our organization is all about. I believe that those of us in the medical field have 2 major responsibilities. One is to help patients with existing conditions. The other is to arm ourselves against new diseases that may arise. So in other words, Caduceus is fighting for all of our futures.
Valerie, why don't you start wrapping it up?
Every doctor is a part of this fight, so please, consult your local physician if you experience any unusual symptoms. And if necessary, feel free to contact us as well. That's all I have to say. We at Caduceus hope to continue serving you. Oh, and by the way, this will be the last episode of Miracle Surgery. Good night.
Chapitre 5. Eh, votre émission pourrie là, c'est fini. Fini les conneries là.
This is Mr. Nilsson, the president of Humani.
Nice to meet you.
The pleasure is all mine. I saw you on Miracle Surgery. The two of you are quite talented. As a leader in the field of medicine, I was deeply moved by your speech.
You're giving us more credit than we deserve. We couldn't have done it without Cynthia and Isabella's help.
Oh, don't be silly. It is we who are indebted to you. Because of your television appearance, our products have gained greater exposure.
So, are you here to show us your latest product?
No, nothing of the sort. I stopped by simply to express my gratitude. Are there any hockey fans in the room? How do box seats sound? Nice check.
Ok.
We have to get back on the offensive. We can't let them dominate the park. Being from Alaska, you must be a Poohcox fan, huh, Dr. Vaughn?
Actually, I was only there for a brief stint, so...
En fait, on s'en fout du hockey, frère. Genre, vraiment, on s'en fout.
Care for some crab cakes? They're a specialty here.
I'll pass. Thanks, though.
Je reconnais, ça, c'est les soirées d'influenceurs.
Valerie, Elena?
Sure, I'll try one. Thanks.
Oh, they look delicious. Thank you.
I heard you all worked for Concordia in LA before you came here. You must be worried about Professor Wilkins.
We were transferred to Caduceus because of that incident. Unfortunately, he's still missing.
Has there been any progress in the investigation?
They believe the professor's disappearance is related to stigma.
That letter we received was pretty creepy.
Who was it from?
The FBI is trying to find out, but so far no clues.
He taunted us with his pathetic dribble. Even a chimpanzee could write a better letter.
A chimpanzee, huh? That's rather harsh. Oh, no! Not another offsides! Cynthia, please do whatever you can to assist our associates with their stigma research.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that was brutal. Did you see that? He hit him so hard his stick broke. Who was that? It wasn't the hammer, was it?
He sounds like he's groaning.
Yeah, looks like he hurt his elbow.
I can't just sit here. I have to do something. Dr. Vaughn, Dr. Blaylock, would you come with me, please?
Where are we going?
The promoter is a friend of mine. I'd like to introduce you to him. He'd be thrilled to meet two of our country's finest doctors.
Our patient, Mr. Gunderson, seems quite agitated. He said that he'll let us decide whether to use a general or a local anesthetic.
I wonder if our anesthetic will even affect him if he's that worked up.
Perhaps you could try using this. It's a powerful new anesthetic our company developed. It has a much smaller risk of side effects and allergic reaction.
Is this anesthesia still being tested?
Good heavens, no. It's already been approved. It just hasn't been used much yet, so it's not very well known. I'd be thankful if it attracted some attention after being used on a sports celebrity like this.
Well then, we'll try out the anesthetic from your company. About the patient. His elbow ligament is torn, and a fragment of a hockey stick is lodged in his biceps brachii.
Ah oui, quand même.
It's a wonder that he doesn't seem to be in much pain with a wound like that.
Petite déchirure musculaire quand même, hein.
The objectives in this operation are to reconnect the ligaments and remove the fragment.
I'm counting on you all.
Let's get started.
Let's begin the procedure. The anesthesia seems to be working well. Please begin by treating the external wounds.
All external wounds have been treated. Next, we need to make an incision and treat the torn ligaments in his elbow.
Oh, c'est le bordel, hein.
The ligament's completely torn. And that stick fragment's embedded pretty deep.
It's completely penetrated the muscle, so we need to extract it carefully.
In order to treat the ligament, we will first connect the torn ligaments with the forceps and then suture them together. Keep that in mind during the operation. All right, please continue with the operation.
Huh? What's going on?
What would cause this sudden convulsing?
I don't know. There wasn't anything in his charts that would have suggested this.
Oh, ce serait peut-être le nouvel anesthésiant tout claqué?
But we don't have a choice. We have to continue. We'll have to wait for the muscle to stop convulsing before we can proceed. Doctor, pull it out and place it in the trip, the stick fragment. Let's wait until the convulsing subside. Those convulsions were really strong. Temporarily halt the procedure if you notice any more muscle spasms.
Censé le fermer comment ça, Laurence? Une suture, imagine.
The ligaments need to be connected. Please be careful. You've connected a ligament. You're doing great. Please continue. We're almost... You've connected all the torn ligaments. Now please suture the connected areas. This ligament has been... 2 ligaments have been sutured. We're almost done. We can't continue, so temporarily halt the procedure if you notice any spasms. The ligaments have been connected. The stick fragment has been removed, and the wound it created has been treated. It seems the patient's convulsions have subsided. So let's try to finish up here. Okay, let's close him up.
Oh mon gars, là, ton anesthésiant tout clacos. Faut qu'on discute, hein.
I'll make a note about the muscle spasms that occurred during the operation. And we should receive a more detailed report from the lab in the next few days.
Could the convulsions have been caused by the new anesthetic?
We can't rule out anything at this point.
Well, we're finished here. Nice job.
It'll take about 6 months for you to fully recover. Your elbow was in pretty bad shape. I'm sure you'll heal fast, though, Mr. Thor the Hammer Gunderson.
Ugh, 6 months? I'll miss the rest of the season!
Are you experiencing any discomfort? Do you have any numbness from the anesthesia?
Well, my elbow's all jacked up. But other than that, I feel great.
Ok.
You feel great.
Tu peux avoir une meilleure note éligible si tu remontes sa vie. T'as des points en plus.
Yeah, I beat the snot out of Woodman in my dreams.
C'est le futur, Zatarel. Donc on peut te couper les 2 bras, c'est ok. Hein. C'est Trauma Center.
Wait till I get my hands on him for real. He's gonna be DOA.
We should report this to President Nilsson. He should know that there's a high probability the new anesthesia may not work if the patient's excited.
C'est vrai qu'on a du gel magique.
After careful analysis, we have discovered two unique characteristics of Stigma. First, its genetic information is stored in a film-like architecture. That alone differentiates it from organisms such as ourselves, whose genetic code is stored in chains.
So it's like a two-dimensional barcode then? As opposed to a regular barcode, which only stores information linearly?
The other unique characteristic is that it requires a special type of metal for growth. It only requires a minuscule amount, but without it, Stigma cannot survive. I wish I could say the discovery was mine, but it's Cynthia who deserves the credit. It was her keen insight that led to the breakthrough.
And exactly what type of metal are you referring to?
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's a rare alloy known as collurium. It has attracted considerable attention as of late.
That explains it.
Explains what, Marcus?
Oh, nothing. I was just surprised to hear that, that's all.
Collurium is used in various fields, but primarily the medical industry. Although it's only been in use for 10 years, there are already numerous applications. Electrodes, as an ingredient in medicine, the synthetic heme for artificial blood. It's used in cutting-edge medical technology, to be certain.
I can't believe Kanai is missing an important conference like this. If it was me who wasn't here, I'd never hear the end of it.
Oh, I'm being paged. If you'll excuse me, ma'am. Let's go, Val.
I'll fill you in later on anything important you miss.
What's the situation, Elena?
There's been an accident.
Oh.
I think one of the patients is Dr. Tsuji.
Ah.
What? Kanai?
One of the two patients being transferred here is in serious condition. He sustained multiple injuries and will probably require an emergency operation.
I'm sorry. I can't believe my stupid cousin.
It's all right, Kanai. Just take it easy. Seems like you may have sprained your neck. Let's have Dr. Everett take a look.
I'm sorry, Marcus. I should be the one operating on my cousin.
Ah non, on n'opère jamais la famille, de toute façon.
What are you talking about? Look at the condition you're in.
I said some harsh things to Kashiro this morning, so he must have been distracted, and... It's all my fault.
Don't worry, your cousin will be fine. It's unlike you to fall apart at the seams.
Yeah, you're right. Marcus, Valerie, take good care of Kashiro for me, all right?
Alors, dégâts importants dans le foie et hémorragie de la cavité abdominale.
The patient is a 31-year-old Asian male who was injured in a car accident. He sustained several internal injuries, including a burst liver.
Non mais éclatement du foie, mon gars.
And we suspect he has a massive amount of internal bleeding.
We won't know for sure until we take a look inside. But depending on the patient's condition, we may need to focus on keeping his vitals up first.
I agree. We should treat the area and stop the hemorrhaging. Then we can wait and see what happens.
The objective of this operation is to treat the damaged liver. Let's do our best.
J'ai tellement hâte de vous montrer Trauma Team. Autant Second Opinion et New Blood, il y a certaines personnes qui les connaissent un petit peu, mais Trauma Team, il y a vraiment très peu de gens qui les ont fait, vu qu'il n'est pas sorti chez nous. Ça va être trop bien. Surtout qu'il n'y a pas que des phases d'opération.
Let's begin the procedure.
Alors mon gars, est-ce que tu connais la seringue verte magique?
As I explained before, we expect there to be large amounts of hemorrhaging inside his body cavity. Be aware of the patient's vitals at all times during the operation. Okay, please open him up.
C'est les autopsies, il y en a, ouais. Oula!
As we expected, the hemorrhaging is quite severe.
Oula, oula, oula.
First, let's drain this blood and assess the situation. The patient's undergoing cardiac arrest. I'll ready the defibrillator.
Oh.
We have a pulse. But in this condition, he won't last very long if we continue.
You're right. We should wait until he's recovered a bit before we begin the main procedure. Let's treat the bleeding and the less severe injuries to control the damage. We'll also seal the injuries to the liver with synthetic membranes to keep it from getting worse.
Okay, begin by if there's this much hemorrhaging, let's get the less severe injuries under control. There's an irregularity on the EKG. Doctor, please be careful. His heart is fibrillating. The patient's undergoing cardiac arrest. Use the defibrillator to resuscitate him. We have a pulse. Please keep an eye on his vitals as well. This injury appears to be... Let's seal it by applying synthetic membranes over it while draining the blood. The EKG is showing an irregularity. Monitor his pulse. He's fibrillating. I'll prepare the defibrillator. He's undergoing cardiac arrest. Use the defibrillator. We have a pulse. Continue the operation. It's hemorrhaging again. Drain the blood and apply a synthetic membrane. We're done treating the lesser injuries. Slowly sealing it will reduce the hemorrhaging.
Ouais. Je pense qu'on va claquer un petit Link Touch ici. Hein. Allô? Ah, désolé. Désolé mon bon monsieur. Ah, mais c'est insupportable. Aïe, bon.
For Dr. Vaughn and Doc...
Ils disent que c'est un éclatement du foie.
Let's begin the
Je déteste les opérations où il faut spammer le défi. C'est trop chiant. Parce que, je sais pas si c'est à cause de la distance, mais... Et comment tu veux que... J'ai pas le temps, quoi. Tu claques pas le Link Touch, je vois vraiment pas comment tu le rentres. Théoriquement, t'es censé pouvoir les faire sans Link Touch, mais quelle horreur, hein. Oh, l'enfer.
There was severe bleeding, so we had to pack the liver.
It's possible he'll need another operation. We'll have to monitor his progress. It was fortunate that Kanae didn't sustain any serious injuries. From what Justin told me, it won't be long before she can return to work.
I hope she isn't straining herself.
And also, I received
Ça
a
dépend
call
des
from the
opérations
FBI.
pour l'utilisation du Healing Touch. Il y a des opérations où on t'interdit de l'utiliser si tu veux faire le rang maximum. D'autres où t'as pas le choix, c'est vraiment prévu par le scénario.
Regarding Professor Wilkins' case,
Any leads?
they want to run background checks on all the professor's personal and professional contacts. They must be feeling the heat now that the public knows about Stigma. I'm concerned, though, about how the kidnappers may react. Well, hopefully they'll be behind bars soon.
Mais le scoring sur celui-là, il est vraiment très très difficile.
I read Cynthia's report, and needless to say, I was shocked by what she's discovered. Calorium is the cause of stigma?
It's a factor, sir, not the cause.
Try telling that to our customers. All they care about is whether or not it's a health risk. Many of our products use calorium. Without it, our subsidiary, Columba and Cornix, would be out of business. This kind of information could destroy our reputation.
Hold on, just calm down.
The problem here is not calorium, nor is it stigma, since it's actually not very contagious. It's those who are using stigma as a biological weapon that we should be worried about. We must educate the public to avoid a panic.
Yes, I see your point. But we have no idea who's behind all this. Anyway, I'll immediately allocate more resources to stigma research. Humani's reputation must be maintained.
His vitals are stable, but the test results don't look good. The blood gas analysis shows negative base excess. The ALT and AST values are high too.
Just as I thought. A follow-up operation is required.
You're gonna cut open my stomach again?
We weren't able to remove all of the damage to your liver. It would be dangerous to leave it.
Doctor, I'm used to dying on screen. But I'm not ready to die for real.
That's right. Kanai told us how you learned karate and became an actor.
So far, I've only gotten in supporting roles. But still, it's taken a lot of hard work.
I'm sure it has. Karate is more than just kicks and punches, right?
Yeah, it requires mental discipline too.
Then show me some of that mental discipline during the operation, okay? If a patient maintains a strong will, then his body will respond likewise. The rest is up to us. Trust me, you'll be back on the set in no time, ready to be a leading man.
I'll do my best.
Alors... Monsieur qui a des problèmes au foie.
The patient's condition has worsened. We need to figure out why.
Je sais pas, il lui faut peut-être un nouveau foie.
You're right. Kanae must be so worried. Let's get him stabilized.
À tout hasard.
We're going to be operating on the same area we did last time. We need to review our treatment of his injuries from the last operation and find out what's wrong now. We'll determine how to proceed further during the operation itself. Now let's all do our best.
All right, let's get started.
Let's find out why the patient's condition. Please disinfect the area and open him up.
Oula!
This can't be.
All the synthetic membranes we applied to seal the wound are gone.
Let's drain the blood.
Draining the blood.
There's no doubt that this injury is the source of the hemorrhaging.
The question is, why did it get so much worse? There must be another reason for this around here.
We'll have to investigate it again while reapplying the synthetic membranes.
Use the ultrasound to investigate the area. An internal hemorrhage. This must let's suture it before it hemorrhages again. And don't forget to treat the injuries here.
Hemorrhaging again. Drain the blood and apply a synthetic membrane.
There may be other internal hemorrhages nearby as well. Let's find and treat them.
Quand il y en a trop sur une opération, c'est trop chiant.
First one. Please make sure his vitals don't drop. We're halfway done. It's hemorrhaging again.
Mais putain, c'est insupportable.
The area is hemorrhaging again. Drain the blood and apply a synthetic membrane.
Allez, on va la refaire avec le... Vraiment, je comprends pas comment t'es censé le faire sans Healing Touch. C'est impossible. Allez. Ah merde. Attends, mais vous me rendez... Non mais... Oh, je vais pas m'énerver.
For Dr.
Oh, quelle opération de merde.
Let's find out.
Mais je les hais, quoi.
Move aside.
For Dr. Vaughn.
Oh, je les déteste. Mais c'est insupportable. Hein. Comment t'es censé faire? Oh, filez-lui un nouveau foie, par pitié. Hein. Pas payer assez cher pour vos
Are
conneries.
you
Hein.
sure this is the right way, Dr. Vaughn?
Hold on. We just turned onto 7th, so... Yeah, this is right. I think.
You have all the coronary arteries memorized, but you can't remember simple directions. It's nice of Kanai to treat us to dinner, but I wonder if we'll make it in time.
Well, I doubt we'll get another offer like this from her again. Dr. Vaughn, it seems kind of dark this way. This can't be right.
Yeah. I'll turn right at the next intersection. That should take us to...
You three, don't make a sound. If you want to live, then do as I say. Now, get inside that car.
We'll give you all our money if you just let us go.
Sorry, but it ain't your wallets we're after. Now hurry up and get in!
No! Someone help! Please!
Elena! Didn't I tell you to be quiet? What did you just do? These days, anesthesia can be administered via pen injectors. Pretty handy, wouldn't you say? What do you want from us? Let's save that for later, shall we? Sweet dreams.
Dr. Vaughn! Marcus!
Sale dope à la bougie, là. C'est pas beau.
Where am I?
Are you all right, Marcus?
Dr. Vaughn!
Val. Elena. That's right, we've been kidnapped. Are you two okay?
Well, they haven't treated us too badly.
Yeah, but take a look around.
An operating table. I can guess why we were brought here. But are they gonna keep us locked up in this room?
So nap time's over, huh?
What? Too ugly to show your face?
Who are you? What do you want?
You're in no position to be asking questions. Just keep quiet and do whatever operations we need.
That's why you have us locked in this room?
There's only one thing you need to know. You belong to Kidman now, and you're gonna help us research Stigma, like it or not.
Nice little business you got here.
So you're the ones who are responsible for Stigma?
Your first patient is ready. Treat her.
We aren't your slaves.
And what if I refuse?
If you want to ignore the patient, then go right ahead. You'll only be hurting yourselves. You see, every time you fail an operation, your food rations will be reduced. And if you make the boss angry, well then, your worries will soon be over. Make your decision. I'll be back shortly.
So, we're gonna play along, right?
Let's just think about the patient for now.
think that's the only thing we can do.
I don't suppose we should hope for a miraculous rescue, huh? Should we start digging our way out then? Hey, Marcus. Do you think they're the ones who kidnapped Professor Wilkins?
In all likelihood, yes. How else could they know so much?
Then, is the professor...
I hope he's all right.
Here are your scrubs. Hurry up and change.
You again.
Hey, don't get any ideas, or I'll let my buddies in here to play with you.
Why are you doing this?
Wouldn't you like to know? But I should thank you. Because of you, I can buy myself a new car.
Merci beaucoup Razelfar pour le resub, des bisous.
I hope you drive yourself off a cliff.
This stigma is called onyx, the claw that tears its prey. It's living quietly in the host's pancreas, and it's about to reach maturity.
Hang in there. We'll save you.
You expect us to operate without proper sterilization?
Just do it.
Marcus.
We've got no choice. If it becomes infected, we'll deal with it later.
I can't believe this.
Neither can I. But we have to focus on treating the patient. Now, what does the chart say?
Let's see. The affected area is the pancreas, and the stigma is called onyx. Inflammation markers fluctuate over time. The numbers vary wildly beyond normal ranges.
This is ridiculous. That data doesn't provide any help at all.
But if it's accurate, then the stigma's appearing and disappearing over time.
This data is too unreliable to determine a treatment plan from it.
Oh, I almost forgot. Use this serum.
What do we need a serum for?
For this operation. Just use it like you're told.
So then, this strain of stigma has to be treated with a particular serum.
That's good to know. At least we won't be entering this operation completely blind. The claw, huh? Let's begin.
This is hardly the ideal location, but we have no choice.
An unknown pathogen and a mystery medication. Nothing's normal about this situation.
We need to get a look inside her first. Let's see what this claw they keep boasting about is.
We can't confirm anything that appears to be a stigma-like pathogen.
It's highly possible that it's hiding somewhere nearby. Let's use the ultrasound to find it.
We've locked onto a shadow. Lacerations! Suture them!
Ah oui, je me rappelle de celui-là. Je m'en rappelle bien même.
It's dangerous to let it hide. Find it with the ultrasound. So this is onyx. Inject it with a serum. Onyx has gone into hiding again. Track it down with the ultrasound. It's dangerous to let it hide. Find it with the ultrasound. It's dangerous to let it hide. Find it with the ultrasound. It's dangerous to let it hide. Find it with the ultrasound. It's hiding again. Something's different. There are multiple reactions on the ultrasound.
Donc là, il faut trouver celui qui a les 4 points. Celui qui était là.
Look, the copies are shaped a little differently. Make sure it's the right one before cutting it. Look, the copies are shaped a little differently. Make sure it's the right one before cutting it. Look, the copies are shaped a little differently. Make sure it's the right one before cutting it. Look, the copies are shaped a little differently. Make sure it's the right one before cutting it. Vitals have dropped. The copies are shaped a little differently. Make sure it's the right one
Je
before cutting
déteste.
it.
Un des pires, je trouve.
Look, the copies are shaped a little differently. Make sure it's the right one before cutting it. Look, the copies are shaped a little differently.
Il est très très chiant celui-là parce que il suffit que t'aies pas de chance et tu tombes pas dessus plusieurs fois d'affilée. En fait, c'est une opération qui est très dure de revenir si t'as pris du retard. Vraiment, vraiment très dur.
This is hardly the ideal. We can't confirm any.
It's highly possible that it's hiding somewhere nearby.
We've locked it. So this is Onyx. Inject it with a serum. Onyx has gone into hiding again. Track it down with the ultrasound. It's hiding again. There are multiple reactions on the ultrasound. What's going on?
Making copies of itself to confuse us.
We'll find it, no matter how many times it tries to hide.
It's working. Don't be fooled by the fakes.
Let's finish this thing off.
Lacerations. Suture them.
How's that?
Voilà.
The Onyx is
Ça peut très bien se passer comme être de la merde.
There are no
Vous avez vu les deux
remaining
cas.
bullets. Let's close her up. Let's hurry up and finish this operation.
I hate being their accomplice, but at least it's over.
We saved the patient. Let's just leave it at that.
Yes, I'm glad we got through that. Great work.
Français, bien sûr.
They expect us to sleep in here? You must be joking. Well, they won't break us, no matter how hard they try.
I know it won't be easy, but let's try to keep our cool. This may not be the Ritz, but we should try to get some rest.
Yeah, you're right.
Good night, Dr. Vaughn. Dr. Blaylock.
Good night, Elena.
So the operation was a slam dunk, huh? Excellent. Looks like they've earned their keep. So, when will the next patient be ready?
We estimate that the patient will begin exhibiting symptoms in approximately 1 week.
I can't wait.
They've ignored us for 3 days now. What's going on?
We have no reason to believe that a rescue team is on its way, and there's been no talk of a ransom. I hate to say this, but the situation looks grim.
Then, should we start planning an escape?
We could use our scalpels as weapons, but the risk is too high. I don't think we should. It's better to wait a little while longer and see what their next move is.
Was that a gunshot? I'm scared.
Scrap the scalpel idea. Let's use anesthesia to knock him out.
But first, we need the key to this room.
Get in there!
Alors mon gars, on n'a pas la forme.
What's going on here?
Save him or let him die. I don't care either way. He's nothing but a traitor to us.
This is a shotgun wound.
Please, help me.
Serves you right, pal. See what a mess you got yourself into?
I did what I was hired to do, so I thought I'd split.
What a fool. You know the rules.
He's bleeding profusely. He needs a transfusion.
We need blood. Artificial is fine.
So you're gonna operate on him? You must be crazy. I'll get you the blood, but you'll owe me.
Alors, hémorragie importante due à de multiples blessures par balle au niveau du thorax. Ivre.
He's coughing up blood and suffering from dyspnea. It's likely there's a pellet in his lungs.
We're in a race against time.
Wait a second.
Ça a pas
We
l'air
don't have
d'aller,
any
monsieur.
stabilizer.
What?
All we have left is a small amount of antibiotic
Ah
gel.
oui! C'est la mission, on n'a plus la seringue.
No, we can't perform an operation like this.
C'est la mission sans seringue.
We don't have a choice. He won't survive unless we operate.
Au
Now.
secours.
Yes, as long as we still call ourselves doctors. We can't just leave him to die.
Understood. Then please, treat the external wounds and extract the shotgun pellet lodged inside his body. There isn't any stabilizer, so please be careful of the patient's vitals during the operation.
Quel enfer, putain.
All right, let's do this.
From looking at the gunshot wounds, the patient was shot in the chest, specifically in the right lung. All we have is what's left of the antibiotic gel. Please try to conserve
Bon,
it.
je crois qu'on en a à l'infini du gel, par contre.
But we need the gel to treat the gunshot wounds. What'll we do if we run out?
If worse comes
Non.
to worse, we'll just have to suture them.
Ah non, je crois qu'on a qu'une seule unité de gel aussi.
Understood. There's the pellet. Apply a synthetic membrane and affix it. It's hemorrhaging again. Drain the blood.
Suturing will cause the patient's vitals to drop. Using a synthetic membrane is safer, but
Apply it.
It's been properly placed.
After
Ok,
draining
je
the
me rappelle.
blood, you have to perform the next part of the treatment before it bleeds.
Par contre, on recommence. Ouais, je me rappelle. On a plus de seringue verte et on a une
From
seule
looking at
unité
the
de gel.
gunshot
Une
wounds,
seule.
The patient was.
Oh non.
vitals have dropped?
Yes.
We have no way of recovering his vitals like this. Please close him up carefully, and don't let your guard down until you're finished.
J'ai même pas assez de gel pour ça.
We're almost Well, that's it.
Désolé frère. Hein.
I've come to realize just how valuable the stabilizer is.
That was an operation that only the two of you could have performed. Great.
Pour ça là, je vous laisse imaginer à quel point en XS elle est pleine de fun.
Nice work, Doc. The boss has decided to let him live. For now. Besides, we can always use his organs later if needed.
Who is this boss of yours?
He's got connections, it seems.
Well, maybe you'll have a chance to meet him. Hey, get up.
Another day in paradise. I'd like to get some sun soon.
So, doctors, how are you doing?
Couldn't be better, thanks.
I'm not trying to make small talk, it's a serious question.
What?
Let me see your eyes. All right, these three are clean.
What have you got in store for us now?
Oh, nothing special. Just another operation. Stigma again.
Found yourself a new lab rat, huh?
Hardly. You can blame Mother Nature for this one.
Is that what you tell yourself?
Hey, we didn't plan this one. He was infected by the other patient.
What?
That's impossible. Stigma can't be contracted that way.
Like I said before, I'm not here to answer questions. But the boss and the director will be observing the operation. So make sure you don't disappoint them.
Doctor!
It seems Stigma's more dangerous than we thought.
This way, boss.
Hey, you look just like you did on TV. What's up, Doc? The name's Kidman. I run the show around here.
You're in charge here?
Are either of you doctors?
This patient's got the Onyx strand. You know the drill, right? Don't fail me if you want to live.
Is this how you get your kicks?
Don't get cocky, Doc. This isn't a game. It's business.
Business? And what, pray tell, are you selling?
Weapons are worth a fortune on the black market. But you wouldn't know about that, would you, Doc? Stigma is one deadly weapon, especially to the medical industry. So the best market for it is a war zone. Stigma would be the ultimate weapon there. It still needs some fine-tuning, though.
It's a clever plan, in theory, but there's no way it'll work.
Oh, yes it will. Because I have you guys to help me. Leland, bring in the patient. How about you, Director? Would you like to stay and watch?
That won't be necessary. With the skills they've demonstrated, there should be no problem. And the chance of tertiary infection is theoretically zero.
You're the creator of Stigma? Professor Wilkins?
All right, Leland. Let's get this show on the road.
Alors, importante variation des signes vitaux du patient, élimination de Nix.
This still doesn't make any sense.
On va avoir la
What's
vraie
with these
forme
variants?
d'Onyx. Let's go.
However, the variations are definitely greater than they were before.
Secondary infection. That means Stigma has changed again.
We're reenacting that TV show right here. Good luck to you, huh, Doc? Watch out for...
I've had enough of your mouth.
Just ignore him, Val. I'll save him, no matter what kind of stigma he has.
It's a new type of onyx. We don't know what will happen. Be careful.
J'espère que vous aimez l'amusement.
The onyx is hiding somewhere. Use the ultrasound to find its shadow. We found the onyx.
It's exposed. Inject it. The onyx is attacking. Don't forget to suture the lacerations it's made.
The serum is still effective. The onyx has gone into hiding. Its movement patterns haven't changed. We can expect it to start making fake copies of itself. Look carefully and find the real one.
It's going into hiding. Find it.
It should only take a little more. Hang in there, Doc.
What the... Why are these blood vessels showing up on the ultrasound?
Voilà, donc ça c'est vraiment le summum du fun.
Did it inject toxins into the bloodstream? The ultrasound is useless if it's like this.
Are you saying this is some form of self-defense against us? I can't believe it.
The main body must be somewhere. Find it and remove it with a scalpel.
Just stay calm. The main body must...
No matter what it tries, we're going to find it and cut it out.
Vitals have dropped?
Voilà, et là faut trouver celui qui a 4 points dans tout ce bordel, à chaque fois.
What, is the show over?
For Dr.
It's a new type of onyx. We don't know what will happen. Be careful.
Aïe. Désolé, monsieur.
The onyx is hiding somewhere. Use the ultrasound to find its shadow. We found...
It's exposed. Inject it with a... The serum is still effective.
The onyx has gone into hiding. Its movement patterns haven't changed. We can expect it to start making fake copies of itself. Look carefully and find the real one.
The onyx is attacking. Don't forget to suture the lacerations it's made.
Ah, Taras. Quel enfer, ça enlève tellement de vie en plus.
Vitals have dropped?
What is the show?
For Doc.
Quel enfer. Tu es fou les rangers.
It's a new type of onyx. We don't know what will happen. Be careful. The onyx is hiding somewhere. Use the ultrasound to find its shadow.
The onyx is attacking. Don't forget to suture the lacerations it's made. We found the onyx. It's exposed. The serum is still effective. The onyx has gone into hiding. Its movement patterns haven't changed.
Tu peux faire ça à chaque fois, mon gars?
We can expect it to start making fake copies of itself. Look carefully and find the real one.
It's going into hiding. Find it.
It should only take a little more. Hang in there, Doctor. What?
Did it inject toxins into the bloodstream? The ultrasound is useless if it's like...
Are you saying this is... The main body must be somewhere. Find it and remove it with a scalpel.
No matter what it tries, we're going to find it and cut it out.
Please, let this be it.
Yes, the onyx is gone.
Voilà.
There are no remaining wounds.
RNG favorable.
Let's close them up.
Coucou Hydra.
Please suture the incision.
It was completely different from the other onyx.
If something like this were to be used as a weapon,
We need to get back to Caduceus and tell them about this.
Oh mon dieu, on a fait un rang A.
What now, boss?
I'll give them a choice, but I doubt they'll join up voluntarily.
The three of them are all quite firm.
Maybe if they could... Nah. Only the head honcho would be able to perform such an operation. If they're not willing to cooperate, then we'll wash our hands of them. Now, wasn't that fun, Doc?
Isn't your director here today?
Why? Are you worried about him? He was satisfied with the results of the operation, so he returned to the lab. He said no further operations will be necessary.
Then I guess you don't need us anymore, huh?
Yes. And no. We just need to decide what to do with you.
what do you mean?
There won't be any more life-saving operations for the time being. But there are some experiments I'd like you to perform on human subjects. I'm curious to see if I can get you to drop the goody two-shoes act. Will you wield your scalpel in the name of science? What do you say?
I'd rather die.
I'm a doctor. Find someone else to do your dirty work.
Oh, come on. Is that the best you can do? Well, let's see how long your bravado lasts. Leland, I'll be taking them to their new cell tomorrow. Have it ready.
Got it, boss.
I'll show you what a mistake it is to let your conscience rule.
Val, Elena,
Yes?
There's something I need to tell you.
Okay.
Parti, les révélations.
Is it about the choice they gave us?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's more of a confession. Back when I was helping the professor with his research, I made a number of genetically engineered mice for use in experiments. There was something different about one of them. It looked just like the others, but it held a terrible secret inside.
You don't mean...
It happened while I was operating on the subject's kidney. I was excising a tumor. That's when it came into contact with artificial blood and started growing at a frightening pace. That was the birth of Stigma.
Marcus, I can't believe this.
I disposed of the subject and proposed that we put a halt to the research. Unleashing a new pathogen into the world in order to study its treatment. I argued that that was the wrong way to perform research. But the professor wouldn't listen. That's why I volunteered to go to Alaska. I should have just quit. I had no idea you'd follow me there and get dragged into this mess.
I was desperate to study your techniques. But I never imagined that that's why you were there.
You realize that I may personally be responsible for the advent of Stigma? If it wasn't for me, none of this would have happened. And you two wouldn't be in this position. But I want you to know, as a doctor, I've always held the highest regard for human life.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Marcus. There are still many things we don't know about Stigma. We need your help to unlock those secrets.
Just so you know, Dr. Vaughn, I'll always be there to assist you no matter what.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
All right, remove their blindfolds. Water torture is our specialty. Let me tell you, it's a sight to see. Watching our adversaries scream as they get swallowed up by the cold, dark water.
You think you can force us to do your bidding?
Just holler if you change your mind, and I'll stop the water. But make no mistake, that'll be the last choice you ever make on your own.
Thanks, but I think I'll stick with the original choice. I'd rather die than work for a scumbag like you.
You've got spunk, Doc. I'll tell you what, I'll do you a favor. When I bury you, I'll put surgical instruments in your coffin. That way, they'll be able to identify the body.
Then I'll go ahead and lock him up, boss.
Hold on, Leland. Use this.
What kind of lock is this, boss?
I found it in a toy store. I have no other use for it, so why not give it a try? We'll get a good laugh watching him try to unlock it.
Puzzle, hein, bien sûr.
How far are they planning on taking this nonsense?
He said he found this lock at a toy store.
Now that you mention it, I remember seeing a commercial for this. Something about connect the 4 friends and release the lock.
Why is he using a toy? What the hell's wrong with this guy?
They must think we'll beg for mercy.
But if we can unlock this, then we'll have a chance to escape, won't we?
Yeah, but my bet is they don't think we can do it.
Well, I'm not gonna let some stupid toy be the thing that makes us drown in here.
That's the spirit. We can unlock it.
All right, let's get this over with.
Alors,
The square panels can be rotated with a forceps. Turn the panels and make a path using the lines.
You said something about connect the 4 friends.
What do you mean by friends? The shapes, the colors, something else?
Alors...
Looks like they've started.
Pourquoi par contre t'as- Ça bouge pas.
Yeah, right. I'm not planning on drowning in here.
Crap, I gotta go use the can. Keep an eye on him while I'm gone.
Please hurry!
Bah, ah, il y a du temps limité? Je vais pas faire ça.
It's connected. Please move on to the next one. Please hurry!
Isn't this pretty hard for a toy?
Huh. I hear it's pretty popular among college students and adults, too.
So, it connected, but is this right?
J'avais oublié qu'il y avait aussi peu de temps. Mais je crois que c'est en hard où ils ont pété les plombs et ils ont mis très peu de temps pour le finir. Je crois qu'en normal t'as genre 5 minutes et en easy c'est 10.
Turn the panel.
You said something about...
Please hurry!
Ah non putain mais je baise le bleu si je fais ça. Pas triche.
Please hurry!
Putain non pas. Marche pas. Elle qui marchait pas là. J'ai pas compris. Par contre, un de Wiimote. Ah, y a le... Je crois que c'était le rouge qui... Il y avait un problème avec le rouge. Le bleu c'est bon, non? Ah! Oh, il y avait bien un problème avec le rouge. Même là on a un rang C tellement le jeu nous respecte pas.
Where are we?
Outside! We're outside! And we're still alive.
That's right. We were able to escape.
Where are they? Where did they go? Hurry up and find them, all of you!
Come on, we have to keep moving.
Over there! I see light!
Alors le chapitre 6 de mémoire, c'est le chapitre le plus difficile du jeu. J'en ai pas un bon souvenir de ce chapitre.
I'd like to hear the Department of Health's opinion regarding stigma.
Yo, Anime-san.
Secretary Mendez?
I consider this case a very serious matter. It's unlike any plague mankind has ever known.
Could you please elaborate?
First off, stigma is a virulent disease created by man. Reports indicate that a contagious strain exists, which means it's a significant threat. In addition to that, there's an underground organization attempting to exploit the situation. So we must face the possibility that stigma is being circulated as a biological weapon. But in order to investigate, we need the cooperation of Homeland Security.
No need to worry about that. I've already notified the appropriate individuals.
Thank you, I appreciate it. However, I'm afraid we don't have much time to waste. There have been reports from around the world describing symptoms that suggest the presence of stigma. There's even been a major outbreak in one country.
You're talking about Kularuma, correct?
Yes, we've had one patient flown in for examination. We'll handle the treatment and subsequent analysis here in the US. Caduceus will be seeing to it. In case you weren't aware, Mr. Deputy Secretary, Caduceus is our country's finest.
There's no need to explain. I'm familiar with the organization.
I'm so glad that you're all back safely. You must have been so scared.
You have no idea. But we survived, with each other's help.
I'm sorry you had to endure such an ordeal. We must take stringent measures to strengthen our security immediately.
With no word since your disappearance, we had begun to fear the worst.
How are you feeling? Were you harmed?
It was a difficult situation, but we were determined to get through it. Having met our enemy face to face, my resolve to continue this mission has grown even stronger.
I wouldn't have objected if you had decided to resign, but I'm glad to hear you say that. We can't win the war against stigma without you three.
Something caught my attention while we were being held captive. It concerns Professor Wilkins. I think he may be a member of the Kidman family.
Goodness, could that be true?
The professor? What do you mean, Marcus?
Well, you know that guy they referred to as the director? His face was hidden, but he was definitely the same height and had the same build as the professor. He also appeared to be the center of their research on stigma. If he is Professor Wilkins, then this would all make sense.
I have to disagree. The way he moved and spoke, I just don't think he could be Professor Wilkins.
I'm not positive, but it seems very likely. I just can't figure out how he got mixed up with them.
Regardless, I'll notify the FBI. Now, I understand that you're concerned, but I need you to continue with your mission.
The patient has been flown in by the military. We don't know how infectious the disease is, so use the quarantine transfer unit. According to preliminary examination, we are dealing with a new type of stigma.
Ah.
So we'll be relying heavily on your abilities. I know that's a lot to ask since you just returned, but I hope you're up for the challenge.
Well, at least we're not out of practice, having been forced to operate while we were held captive.
Oh my, is that true?
Yes, believe it or not.
I'd like to say that you'll have the very best working with you in the research lab. But unfortunately, we've lost a key staff member. We'll still do all that we can, though.
Did something happen?
Cynthia left. She quit while you were away.
Why would she do such a thing? She seemed so dedicated to her work.
Do you have any idea why she quit, Isabella?
As a representative of Humani, I'm not at liberty to say. But I'll tell you as a friend. She seems to have gone through a lot with the higher-ups concerning stigma. They blamed her for developing products that increased patients' susceptibility to stigma. But no one could have anticipated that side effect.
It's a shame to lose someone like her, but we can't dwell on it. Let's prepare for the operation, Val.
That's too bad. I had hoped to work with Cynthia until we eradicated stigma together.
Ça dépend des jours, Doc. Ça dépend où tu bosses aussi.
Just so you're aware, I'll be present throughout the operation. I realize it may be difficult to perform such a procedure after your recent ordeal.
Don't worry, Kanai. We can handle it.
I'm glad to hear that. I can't tell you how relieved I was to learn that you three were safe.
I hear this is a new strain of stigma.
Yes, but the preliminary tests didn't tell us much. We did learn two things, though. First,
Non, non, il est
it has
sorti en
multiple arms,
2008,
which are causing all the
2007-2008.
damage.
C'est le deuxième épisode sur Wii et il est sorti chez nous celui-là pour le coup. C'est celui d'après qu'on n'a jamais eu Traumatim.
Second, we can prevent further damage by removing the grapplers from the ends of the arms.
Sounds like a complicated procedure.
It's affixed to the affected area, so we can't pull it off by force.
Oh, je crois que je me rappelle de ce que c'est cette horreur de mort là.
In that case, I think we should first try to restrict its movement and then excise it.
That's where this baby comes in.
What's that?
It's the result of our research.
Je crois que c'est le
It
papa
will
longue
allow us
jambe.
to turn stigma's own characteristics against it. You see, We were able to extract a colurium-based fluid, which will temporarily restrict its...
Basically, it can stop the pathogen's movement for a short period of time.
À la souris, je sais pas ce que ça donnerait. En fait, c'est pas tant le pointeur qui me semble compliqué, c'est le changement d'outil, quoi.
Would you mind giving it a try?
Mais ça se fait, j'imagine, hein, mais faut être bien chaud.
No problem.
Oui, je pense que ça doit pouvoir se jouer à la souris.
It's good to be back. Now, let's get started.
Moi, je veux qu'ils me sortent un Trauma Center mobile. Hein.
We don't know how to proceed until we've taken a closer look.
Bon, let's go.
But at least we have a second opinion today. Well, let's begin by opening him up.
Stigma
Merde.
is definitely present. It's bizarre looking, that's for sure.
It appears to have a core from which the arms are extending.
Let's try using that new stuff. We're supposed to inject it into the grapplers, correct?
Something's been released from the central core.
Toxin, I presume. If we ignore it, it'll enter the patient's body via the grapplers. Needless to say, it will be detrimental to the patient.
We have to find a way to stop the toxin from spreading.
We have to stop the toxin. The grappler stopped moving. We can extract... His vitals are dropping. We can't... Looks like you can... Doctor, the arm has expanded back to its normal size. That takes care of one of them. His vitals are dropping, and Stigma seems to have regenerated itself.
So quickly, too. Unbelievable.
It seems like the toxin is being used to regenerate the excised tissue.
Ouais, c'est ça. En fait, si tu coupes la patte, s'il y a un truc jaune qui arrive à aller jusqu'au bout, t'es baisé quand même.
So try to remove the grapplers while keeping the toxin from spreading. Two down,
Vitals are
one
dropping?
to go. It's withdrawn its
Voilà.
arms.
That's probably the result of a rapid contraction designed to stimulate regeneration. Perhaps this
C'est un
can be used to
cauchemar.
our advantage, since it places a great deal of stress on the core. If we repeat this process, we may be able to force the core to destroy itself.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Ah non. Oh, mais ta race.
Its arms are back out. Hurry up and remove the grapplers.
Vitals are dropping?
Putain, je me
Don't
déteste.
stop the toxin, it'll keep regenerating.
On va recommencer. Cauchemar ce truc. Cauchemar, cauchemar, cauchemar. C'est la pire guild des deux jeux. Vraiment de la merde.
Unfortunately.
Quoi? Saloperie.
We beat it! That was incredible. We never gave up.
I forgot what it's like to have a real operating room.
I hope that's the last we see of that thing.
Well, the operation was a success. Great work.
Eh, plus jamais, hein.
That was an admirable effort, considering the difficulty of the operation.
Yes, it was a tricky one, but somehow we managed.
I don't mean to press my luck, but I actually have another favor to ask of you three. This will be an extremely difficult task.
So it's no different than usual.
Don't worry. We're quite used to extremely difficult tasks by now.
We received a request for aid from the country of Kuluruma, where an outbreak's occurred. They desperately need doctors who know how to treat stigma. The government would like to provide assistance. That is, of course, if there are any doctors willing to volunteer.
And you want us to go?
If we can get some of our personnel into Kuluruma, where that metal originates, then I believe we can advance our research on stigma. But to do so, we have to put 3 of our finest staff members in danger. Not just of infection, but also of insurrection.
Kuluruma is a hotbed for guerrilla activity. It's a time bomb waiting to go off. What do you think, Val?
Well,
Double skins,
ultimately,
bonsoir.
what's our purpose? I mean, is it worth risking our lives for?
If we're trying to convince ourselves, we could say it's to protect the world from stigma.
Elena, how do you feel about traveling south of the equator?
Well, it's better than going somewhere cold.
Glad to hear that. Then it's decided. We accept, Madame Director.
Allez, on part en voyage.
Allow me to introduce President Moreno, who has taken time out of his busy schedule to greet you.
Welcome. I thank you wholeheartedly for coming all this way to save our citizens.
It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President.
Nice to meet you, sir.
We hope that we can be of assistance.
You're much younger than I expected. But nevertheless, I'm sure you're quite skilled.
They seem a bit suspicious.
Stigma has claimed many victims, and now rumors are sending the populace into a panic. My people's suffering is my own. That is why I am so grateful to receive help from your country.
We'll do our best as a sign of friendship between our countries.
I am counting. Commander, where are the doctors headed?
Sir, they'll be deployed to Arbel, sir.
I see. Our American friends may not be prepared for what is in store for them. But I am afraid we have no alternative. I'm counting on the three of you to care for the infected and determine the cause of the outbreak. In any event, there are some unruly elements in this country, so please be careful. Oh, I almost forgot. Commander, bring her in.
Yes, sir. Right away.
I am assigning you a special escort. You're our important guests, after all.
Come, Pepita.
Meilleur personnage du jeu. Le doggo.
Don't be afraid. She's a smart dog, she won't bite. In fact, she's very well trained. It's a custom in our country to give such dogs as special gifts. I hope you'll accept her.
Yes, thank you very much.
Nice to meet you, Pepita.
I intended to have a banquet prepared in your honor.
We're doctors, not diplomats, so there's no need for formalities. We're here to help the sick.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. We all have our work to attend to, including me. I wish you the best of luck with your assignment. Well then, good day.
The president is now leaving the premises.
President sure seems busy.
Yeah, he has his hands full between the gorillas and the economy. And add to that, stigma.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Vaughn, Dr. Blaylock, and Miss Salazar.
And you are...
Maria Estrada. I was born here, but I went to med school and did my residency in the US. I'll be acting as your interpreter. I'm thinking about practicing medicine here, actually.
Oh, yes, they did say something about an interpreter. Maria, are you feeling okay?
I think I may be coming down with something.
Look at her eye, Val. It's all red. Maria, did you get your immunization shots before returning here?
No, because I was born here, I didn't think I needed them.
As a doctor, you should know better. Val, she might have Vimase fever. If that's the case, she'll need immediate treatment.
That's endemic to this region, but she hasn't lived here in years. Elena, I need your help. We need to check her lungs.
Okay, I'll get everything ready.
Le vaccin, madame. Bordel. C'est 2 ans qu'on vous le dit.
Supposedly, it causes unusual tumors in the lungs. That's all I know.
Those must be the fever tumors mentioned in the examination reports. It appears that removing these tumors will greatly improve the patient's condition.
That gives us an idea of how to treat her, but aren't these readings strange?
You're right. These fluctuating numbers are a cause for concern. It seems like they're periodically rising and falling.
We can't just leave her like this.
There's no time to waste. Let's begin the operation immediately.
Let's go.
All right, let's get started.
Well,
Allez.
here we go.
Ah.
Let's all do our best.
Allô, la Wiimote? Elle est bourrée. Qu'est-ce qui se passe, madame?
So these are the
Qu'est-ce que c'est
fever
que cette
tumors.
merde?
At least we won't have to use the ultrasound to find them, like with normal tumors. That'll help save us some time.
We'll still have to be exceptionally cautious. Look at it. It's changing colors periodically. It's like a chameleon.
I believe that we can use the same procedure to remove these as with normal tumors.
Ouais,
They're
c'est sûr.
already exposed, so please begin by draining the... What was that? It looked like some sort of gas. More
Ok.
gas. But it doesn't seem to be causing any complications.
Je peux les drainer que quand elles sont bleues, en fait.
Now we can excise it if it seems safe to do. Now that the tumor's been removed, look, the membrane's been affixed, but it left a scar.
Ah putain, oui.
It's bleeding and has become inflamed.
Oh, quel enfer.
Vitals are dropping?
Ah non, mais là, les vitals, ils sont plus, mon gars. Ok, en hard. En hard, il faut pas faire d'erreur. Alors, t'as pas le choix, faut pas faire d'erreur. Tu fais une erreur, c'est foutu.
Well, here we go. Let's all do our best.
Les dialogues, hein, par contre.
Vitals are dropping?
Arrête mes conneries, moi. Ah non, mais c'est pas juste, là. La patience, Izangwen, la patience. Le truc que t'as pas, là. La patience.
Well, here we go. Let's all do our best. So these are the fever.
Je le sais, en plus. Celle-là, elle va péter. Hein. La prochaine qui est en bleu, là. Hop. Putain. Non. C'est une erreur en
Vitals are
hard.
dropping?
C'est impossible à rattraper cette merde. Faut pas que je dépasse la découpe en fait. Au bout d'un moment, le timing il s'accélère et tu peux pas la couper, faut que t'attendes.
Well, here we go. Let's all do our best.
Donc tu la draines et juste que tu la coupes.
So at least we...
Alors comme ça, mais en mieux. Non bah non, pas comme ça. Faut la sauver celle-là.
Vitals are dropping?
Peut-être. J'ai envie. Beaucoup de respect pour tous les médecins qui nous regardent en tout cas. Hein. Vous foutez de ma gueule là. Ok. Et idée de jouer en hard aussi.
Well...
Je le sais, je sais que le chapitre 6, c'est l'enfer. Non mais il est horrible celui-là. Hein. De couleur en 1 seconde et demie. À peu près. Il est vraiment beaucoup plus dur New Blood que Second Episode. Ah merde. Tout cassé, pardon. Oui, mais j'ai tout mon temps. Hein. Ah, pas trop, j'ai 3 minutes en fait. En vrai, j'ai menti, j'ai pas tout mon temps. Bah, en fait, il demande... Bon, j'ai cousu votre corps à la blouse, mais tout va bien. C'est surtout que c'est quand la vision, il demande des mouvements et des... Comment dire? Il demande des trucs moins compliqués d'un point de vue exécution. Moins compliqué.
What are we gonna do with our interpreter bedridden?
Unfortunately, that's not the biggest problem here. You see, she's also a doctor. We could have taught her how to treat stigma. Someone will have to continue seeing patients after we're gone, right?
Well, we talked it over.
What did she say?
She insists on coming, even if it kills her.
Are you going to allow that, Marcus?
As a patient, I would advise her not to go. But as a doctor, I must respect her decision. She studied medicine to help the people of this country, and now is their greatest hour of need. If we carefully monitor her condition along the way, will that ease your fears, Val?
Yes, somewhat, but I completely understand her desire to help people.
Saftena pura esteno. Pufta inamika.
He works at the mine too. He says that one of his friends has also contracted stigma.
Oh bordel.
Some victims were taken to the hospital. Many have already passed away.
Oh, mais c'est terrible ça.
It's worse than I imagined.
So the mine he's talking about, is it nearby?
Eftelishan Estino?
Tonpon boise.
He says it's about a 2-hour walk from here.
We suspect that there's a relationship between the mine and stigma.
I think that's a reasonable conclusion. But since so many of the villagers work at the mine, it'll be hard to prove it.
So this is where the mine workers live.
It's a poor village, but things have gotten better since the mine was built. However, the villagers only receive a tiny fraction of the profits.
Who owns the mine?
The government. But they sold the mining rights to an international corporation, so a lot of foreigners come and go. It's also been the target of guerrilla attacks.
What about the victims of stigma?
Epikahini Trui Andaya?
Ado hipko endansi.
He doesn't know the exact number, but there are more than a few.
Tell him to bring some of them to the Army's camp. We'll operate once we're through examining them. And also, tell them not to worry about the cost, because the President is footing the bill.
Doctor, we're done setting up the operating tent.
Thank you, Commander. What's the status of each patient, Marcus?
There are 3 who need to be opened up immediately. Let's do one right after the other.
Pepita, it's your job to guard the tent, okay?
Maria, these are going to be intense operations. Will you be all right?
Yes, I'm feeling a little better now.
Watch carefully, okay? This is a complicated procedure that you'll need to learn.
Allez, chaud. 3 patients, 10 minutes. Let's go.
Not bad for a makeshift operating room.
I don't foresee any problems with operating here.
Let's begin the conference at once. The results of the examinations indicate that these 3 people require immediate surgery. Each of them has been infected with a different strain of stigma.
Yes.
Hearing that stigma is spreading sends a chill down my spine.
This is a first. We'll have to perform 3 consecutive stigma operations. Do you remember how to deal with each strain, Doctor?
Absolument pas.
That's what we've got you for, Elena.
In that case, I'll do my best.
There's so much that I must learn in order to save my country and those suffering from disease. I can't miss a single detail.
This will be a race against time, so let's get started. 3 stigma patients in a row. This is gonna be a crash course in stigma treatment, Maria.
It's not gonna be easy for us either, but we need to give it all we've got.
Okay, let's begin operating on the first patient. This strain of stigma is Soma.
Alors, Soma, c'est la première, celle qui ressemble à Akiriaki. Pas du tout.
We begin by draining the cellular tissue around the main section, right?
Ivre mort.
The core is exposed. Use the laser on it.
Pas du tout Kiriaki. Etuko, bonsoir.
The laser is working. It's split up. If a tumor hardens, use the drain on it first. You can use the laser on the tumors to incinerate them before they harden.
Oh, quel enfer! Oh, je le hais, quoi.
For Dr. Vaughn,
Tellement dur de backup dès que ça part un tout petit peu en couille. Comme de la vraie chirurgie, en fait. Ok. Je sais pas comment j'ai réussi à choper ça. Yes. On a rien de la vie cette saloperie. Ok. Donc deuxième patient. C'est celui-là, Kyriaki lookalike. Pas du tout, c'est Brachion. Putain. Putain, il est trop chaud celui-là. si long. Il reste 2 minutes pour le dernier. Ops, le dernier je pense. Ouais. Alors la division sans le healing touch par contre.
Dropping?
Non mais vas-y.
I've requested backup from the nearest hospital. We need to hand the patients over to them.
For Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Blaylock.
La pire mission. Je vais peut-être la passer en normal celle-là.
This is gonna be a crash course.
It's not gonna be easy.
Okay, let's begin operating on the first patient. This strain of stigma is Soma.
We begin by draining the cellular tissue.
Elle est vraiment
Section,
intense,
right?
The core is exposed. Use the laser on it.
Je vais la passer en normal. Je me sens vraiment pas de la faire en rare. J'ai déjà un poil mal au poignet. Si je dois finir le jeu ce soir...
Doctor.
Not bad.
Oh non mais je... Pas grave, hein. L'histoire c'est la même. C'est juste moi qui ai voulu le faire en hard.
This'll be a race.
Et je sais qu'il est dur, hein, New Blood. Pas vraiment une surprise. Hein.
3 stigma patients in a row. This is gonna be a crash course.
Je suis déjà même étonné d'être arrivé jusque là sans baisser la difficulté. Et je pense que vous allez voir la différence. Hein. Là vous avez vu, le nuage il a déjà été drainé et super vite. Hein. Je pense que vous allez vraiment sentir la diff. Hein. Elle est assez grande la différence entre le hard et le normal. Hein. J'avais mis à peu près 3 minutes pour la faire en hard celle-là. On était arrivé à 7. Voilà, on a mis 1 minute de moins. Celui-là, hard ou pas hard, ça reste de la saloperie, mais il y a un peu plus de manœuvre pour respirer, quoi. Ah putain.
Vitals are dropping?
Il est horrible ce truc là, je le déteste. J'ai envie de claquer mon healing touch dessus en fait, mais putain ça veut dire que je l'aurai pas pour le deuxième. Enfin le dernier plutôt.
3 stigma patients have...
Ah non. Le drain. Enfin, j'ai mis 40 secondes de plus. Ah, ça va, c'est juste que Brachion c'est de la merde en fait. C'est tout ça le problème. Attends, les 3 d'affilée, c'est qu'il y a plein de merde. On le hait celui-là. On pouvait voir à quel point c'est horrible. Hein. Là, je sens que j'y arrive plus, là. J'arrive plus à le faire. Ouais, non. J'arrive plus. J'y arrive plus. Faire un par un. Mais non. Tu peux pas. Tu peux pas les couper un par un. Si t'en coupes un, si t'en as un autre qui passe, il repousse. Tu peux pas, t'es obligé d'enlever les 3 en même temps.
I've requested backup from the nearest hospital. We need to hand the patients over to them.
Je vais peut-être m'arrêter là parce que je sens que j'y arrive plus là. En gros, pour expliquer Brachion, à partir du moment où tu pinces pas cool et qu'elle arrive à passer, elle fait repopper tous les bras que t'as enlevé Et si jamais elle passe mais que t'as pas enlevé de bras, elle régénère juste... Enfin, elle... On va dire s'il était noir, elle le remet normalement. Et voilà, j'y arrive plus.
For Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Blaylock, to gift the
Franchement, je vais la mettre en facile. Ça de vieillir.
Doctor, we're done setting up the operating tent.
Je la tente en facile, si ça passe pas, je force pas quoi.
Not bad. This will be a race against time, so let's get started. Three stigma.
Beaucoup plus sympa en facile. Bon. Brachion de tes morts. Ça va aller là. Merci, il faut appeler ça. Ouais, le gap entre normal et hard, il est pas très élevé, mais ouais, entre normal et easy, c'est pas du tout la même sauce. Merci beaucoup Karinel pour le resub, des bisous.
Continuous operations on Stigma. But we can't relax yet. Close up the last patient. I can't believe we finished so fast. You really are amazing.
Eh, pas vraiment.
I hope that our operations today will lead to the advancement of medicine in this country.
Don't worry, I'm sure they will.
Ouais, j'ai fait un rang A et un rang B. Bah là j'étais obligé de passer en facile pour la passer celle-là. La main droite qui veut plus.
Well, Maria, think you can remember all that?
I've memorized the steps, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to perform the operation.
What's most important is for you to discover your own talents. Don't put so much pressure on yourself that you have a nervous
J'ai donc fait avec
breakdown.
ma main droite. Bah, je jouais les 7 heures et quelques à Traumasan. Bobo la main.
You know, there's one thing that's been bothering me.
What's that?
Why was the outbreak here so sudden? If it had something to do with Colurium, then it should have happened sooner. I just don't get it. Why now? Anyway, we need to have a look at that mine. Let's go talk to the commander.
Ah bah c'est long les Trauma Center. Hein.
Nasibo Edasor. Ria Hipka Sidini Noma.
He says he'd be glad to tell us the way to the mine. He also says thank you for saving the villagers.
That's nice to hear. But tell him that we still have a ways to go before stigma can be prevented.
My men and I will escort you there. But it's a dangerous area. We should avoid staying there too long.
There's no reason to worry. We have Pepita with us, remember? Besides, it's pretty important.
Le doggy.
Oh, Tofturi Pasamika.
He says that since we have a dog, this might help. It's a towel used by one of the mine workers.
Ah, this'll keep us on the right track. What is it, Pepita? Is something out there?
Let her be. She's probably just barking at shadows. But I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed. I wasn't expecting this mine to look so ordinary.
According to Robert, this is the world's only deposit where special microorganisms live in the ore. He also told me that its formation has something to do with bionic alloying.
Let's bring a sample back with us, even though we already have some of the imported metal. Valerie, do you think that the stigma here occurred naturally?
This is a unique environment, although the ore's been mined here in the past. Regardless, stigma is a bizarre organism. My guess is that it was intentionally introduced to the area.
But for what reason?
Well...
Remember what that bastard Kidman said? Stigma would be the ultimate weapon there. What if this place was targeted?
The mine?
Yeah, considering the amount of profit it generates, it wouldn't be surprising if they showed up here. Besides, this is the perfect place to test stigma.
You're suggesting that Kidman's involved somehow?
Pepita?
We're under attack! Return fire! I don't see them anywhere!
Pepita tried to protect us and...
No, Pepita, stay back!
Isn't there anything you can do for her, Doctor?
She'll go into shock and die at this rate. We have no choice.
Well, we're not vets, but we gotta give it a shot.
It's all right, Pepita. We'll save you.
Sauver le dogo.
Let's stay calm and talk this through. Multiple pellets have struck her abdomen. We've seen this before.
It's a shotgun wound. Looks like she was shot from a distance, though.
None of the pellets went all the way through, so they must be embedded inside her. Our goal, then, is to extract the pellets, but have either of you operated on a dog before?
Never in my life, but it can't be all that different.
Let's remove as many pellets as possible without opening her up, and then suture the wounds.
Got it. I'll do my best to help. Please save her.
Sauver le doggy.
All right, let's help this brave girl.
No! She's going into cardiac arrest!
Get out the defibrillator.
But it's designed for humans!
We've got no choice. Just lower the voltage.
Here you go. You know what to do. Just...
I've lowered the voltage. This is what I was...
Yes! We have a pulse!
But there's hemorrhaging. We need to deal with that immediately.
Right, or she'll bleed to death. We'll need to take care of it as we remove the pellets.
Keep an eye on the electrocardiogram, too. She may go into cardiac arrest again.
I see a pellet. Something's wrong with her EKG. Be careful. That takes care of this one. Wait, don't do anything yet. She's flatlining.
Allô le jeu. Allô.
Please use the defibrillator. No pulse yet, but your timing is good.
All right, her pulse is back. Let's continue the procedure.
Please drain the blood that's collecting.
No.
But her vitals aren't stabilizing. There must be another hemorrhage somewhere.
Doggy, no.
Doctor, something's wrong. Keep looking.
Now, we need to treat the wound.
Phew. I was worried there for a second.
We've removed all the pellets. I don't see any other external injuries.
Et merci beaucoup Sirtang pour le resub, des gros bisous. Oui, on save the animals.
Let's get her back to camp.
On a sauvé Pepita.
She's going into cardiac arrest?
Ah, ça suffit, hein. On meurt pas, hein. Allô?
We have a pulse. Looks like we bought ourselves a little more time.
Let's get back to camp and leave the rest to the pro.
Good job. I don't think we could have done anything more. You're gonna be all right, Pepita.
I wonder if she has any idea at all what we're saying.
I'm sure she knows we mean well.
Yeah, maybe so.
Don't move, Pepita.
Le doggy va bien.
I'm glad it turned out okay.
This is Sergeant Major Lopez. What seems to be the problem? What? Regroup immediately! Doctors, we have a situation. We have to get back to camp immediately.
What's going on?
The guerrillas have attacked. A full-on battle's broken out.
Allez, on va s'arrêter là pour aujourd'hui. Parce qu'il reste encore pas mal de trucs à faire. On finira... peut-être demain matin, on se fera un petit stream Trauma Center. On va s'arrêter là. Ah bah vous avez de quoi faire hein, niveau VOD. Hein. On en a fait ce matin et cet après-midi. Ce matin, il y a tout le débrief de la conf Nintendo aussi. Donc il y a de quoi faire. Hein. Il y a de quoi faire, il y a de quoi faire. Je vous fais des bisous, passez une bonne soirée et peut-être à demain. On se tient au courant, on se le terminera peut-être demain matin du coup, ce petit Trauma Center. À bientôt tout le monde. Vous êtes un trop pompé sur Dr House. N'avez-vous pas honte?